at 9 or 9:30. All right, Senator, we are live.
Good morning and welcome to Maine's 130th State Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty and I am a senator down in District 34 of York County, which my area includes Acton, Lebanon, Potts of Berwick, North Berwick, Wells, and Kennebunk. I am presiding over the work session this morning for the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. The purpose of the meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and make recommendations or reports to the full legislature. This morning, please understand that only committee members, the analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For anyone from the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We also broadcast the audio of this meeting on the legislator's website, www.legislator.maine.gov. And so at this time, I would like to ask my fellow committee members to take a second to introduce themselves, and I'll start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Good morning. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you, sir. And Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. I'm Dave Woodson, Senator from District 33, which borders Senator Rafferty's and Representative Roach's districts in northwestern York County. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, which is Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman. I'm here at the Capitol, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McRae.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Dave McRae. I live in Fort Fairfield. I represent District 148 up in the central part of the county. And like everybody, things are getting crunch time here, so people are going to be in and out, and I'm no exception. I'll be back and forth between committees all day. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Tim Roach. I'm from the great town of Wells, which is beautiful this morning.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson. Representative, we're having audio issues at this moment. Representative Sampson, can you hear me? Well, we'll try to reach her if we can. Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And before we go any further, Sam, can we, I don't know how to let the representative know we can't hear her. Representative Sampson?
Representative Roach has texted Representative Sampson to let her know she's having audio troubles.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I mentioned Sam's name already, our outstanding committee clerk up in the left-hand corner on my screen. Sam Baker will assist anyone that's moving in or out of the committee and does an outstanding job in terms of helping us with the technical issues and managing overall. We're also here this morning from our additional staff and doing an outstanding job as well. Hillary Rizzler, and she is our committee analyst. She will go through each bill with an analysis, explain the impacts, and give us an opportunity to ask some questions for clarification as we move forward. So this morning, we're going to work LD 1426 first, then 1343 and 1449. So that said, Hillary, are we good to go with 1426?
Absolutely. I will start by sharing my screen.
Thank you very much.
All right, so this is LD 1426, which is an act to provide for the equitable funding of education chosen by Maine families. This bill requires each school administrative unit to calculate the per pupil tuition costs for elementary and secondary students who reside in that school administrative unit and provide no more than that amount to a student who resides in but does not attend public school in that school administrative unit and who incurs education costs, such as for attendance at a private school or educational cooperative, for a tutor, or for costs associated with homeschooling.
Thanks.
This bill also repeals the restriction in current law on providing public school funds to sectarian schools. During the public hearing, you heard testimony that this year has been especially difficult for parents and that this bill would allow more educational freedom and choice. You did receive some testimony in opposition as well as some written testimony, specifically in regards to homeschooling, that private home education is working well, that funding homeschools with public funds blurs the lines between the private and public education, destroys the innovative spirit of the option and could create fraud, and a request to remove the homeschooling option from the bill. There was also testimony that expansion of school choice increases the cost of education and weakens programs in existing public schools by diverting precious state resources intended for public schools, that there are public school choice options already in statute, including superintendent agreements, interdistrict enrollment agreements, and education service transfer agreements, and that municipal officials do not want taxpayer dollars expended on sectarian educational institutions. You did not hear any testimony neither for nor against. So I did just include quickly for you links to the provision of law regarding public funds to sectarians, or not allowing public funds to sectarian schools, as well as the section of law regarding the calculation of tuition, which is referenced in the bill. We do not have a preliminary fiscal impact statement yet, although as this committee has certainly heard, anytime you're talking about the school funding formula and anytime you're moving funds from one place to another, it certainly has ripple effects throughout the rest of the formula. And that's something to keep in mind.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Before we get started, Representative Sampson. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I had to boot up the whole system. Anyway, sorry for that. So I'm Representative Heidi Sampson, representing House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, and Newfield and Parsonsfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again, Hillary. Do we have any questions initially in terms of the analysis on 1426? No questions. All right. Well, thank you, Hillary. Great job, obviously. Any discussion, folks? Yes, I saw a hand. Senator Woodson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I find it to be an interesting bill. I just don't see it as workable or manageable unless the whole system is changed. So I cannot support this bill.
Thank you, sir. Representative Brennan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I concur with the comments of Senator Woodson, and I would move ought not to pass on LD 1426.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Representative Brennan, ought not to pass. And that was seconded by Senator Woodson. Any, yes, Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I would ask, and I haven't looked to see who the participants are, but if the sponsor is in the waiting room, I would like to extend the courtesy of having the sponsor join us. And if he has anything to add, if we can do that.
Sam, is Representative Greenwood in the audience?
No, Senator, the representative is not currently with us.
Not, okay.
Yep. Thank you. My apology. I should have checked that before I raised my hand. So.
No, that's okay. And just again, just all sponsors, co-sponsors were sent the links and invited. So.
Yeah, and so thank you. I think that was a respectful thought. And other than that, any additional discussion? Sam, if you would be kind enough, please, then to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes, ought not to pass.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray, not with us. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion, and 11-0.
Thank you very much for that, Sam, and thank you, committee members. I will close the work session on 1426 and open our next work session, which would be on LD 1343, which is an act to create education choices by creating education savings accounts for Maine students. And Hillary, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I included a brief summary here in the bill analysis, but I can open up the bill. It is a bit more comprehensive than the last one if the committee would like me to. But essentially, the bill directs the Treasurer of State to establish education savings accounts that may be used by the parents or legal guardians of children to pay for the education of their children outside of the public school system, including homeschooling, or in a public school that is outside the school administrative unit in which the child resides. The funding for these savings accounts comes from shifting 90% of the EPS funding that would otherwise be provided by the state and the school administrative unit attributable to the child into a savings account. The bill specifies what educational expenditures are permitted and provides for review of spending from the accounts. The bill also directs the Treasurer of State and Department of Education to adopt routine technical rules. During the public hearing, the sponsor indicated that he did not intend to include homeschooling, and he did provide the committee with an amendment that would remove the homeschooling from the provisions of the bill. During the public hearing, you heard testimony that the idea for the bill came from a system in Sweden and some of the studies in that system where students can attend any school anywhere with no added cost. The committee had requested for those studies, and I did email them to you from Representative Hanley. So you got those in your emails. I did not include them here just because of their size. There you also heard the testimony again that the intent was never to include homeschoolers, and also important to add that no school that participates should be allowed to charge a greater fee than what is in the voucher program itself. You received some testimony. Some of it was in combination with the bill we just worked, LE 1426, but again, there was the concern about including homeschooling, which the sponsor's amendment would address. There was also a concern that expansion of school choice increases the cost of education and weakens programs in existing public schools by diverting precious state resources intended for public schools, and that there are other public school choice options already in statute, such as superintendent agreements, interdistrict enrollment agreements, and education service center transfer agreements. You did not hear any testimony neither for nor against. So just one quick issue for your consideration. Unlike the other bill, which used a calculation that already occurs in statute, this bill would direct the treasurer to direct the department to deposit into each active savings account 90% of the state subsidy attributable to the child for whom the savings account is established, and it requires the department to calculate these amounts. I would just note that currently the way the funding formula works, as you know, is based on the per pupil rates as well as other rates and adjustments, and it does not currently calculate a per child or the particular expenses related or attributable to a particular child. As I said, the committee had requested the studies that were referenced during the public hearing by the sponsor, which were provided to you. And then again, the preliminary fiscal impact statement is not yet determined. However, as with the other bill, anytime you do divert some of the money from the funding formula, as this committee knows, it does have some ripple effects throughout the rest of the formula.
So, Hillary, question for you. When you hear conversations about per pupil cost, and it's typically locally, is that because they just do it locally? Like they can tell in their own town what it costs per pupil?
So there is a per pupil rate in the funding formula. But as you know, there are also rates outside of that based on staff costs, based on building costs. And also, as you know, the way the formula calculates that, it's as an allocation. It's not that per pupil rate goes to each individual pupil in that amount. It simply goes to the calculation of the total cost of education, and what the school ultimately does with the funding they receive is up to the school.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I see a question from Representative Brennan. You're muted, sir.
I just follow up on Senator Rafferty's question. The way I would understand this is that, so for example, in Portland, we're a 15% receiver community. So the amount of money that would be transferred to that account, it would be 90% of the 15% of the state subsidy. Is that correct?
So the way the bill reads currently, excuse me, is that the treasurer directs the department to deposit 90% of the state subsidy attributable to the child. So that would be the 15%. But the department shall direct that each school administrative unit deposit into the savings account 90% of the school administrative unit's required contribution. So it's 90% of the 15%, but it's also 90% of the local share as well.
So not only does it direct the state subsidy, but also the local share on the municipal side.
Yes.
So if the per pupil cost and Portland were $10,000 between state and federal, state and local, that account would get 90% of that.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions of Hillary? Representative Brennan?
Senator, given my understanding of what Ms. Frisler said, I would move ought not to pass on LD 1343.
Thank you, Representative Brennan.
Second.
I heard the second from Representative Millett. So the motion by Representative Brennan is ought not to pass. It was seconded by Representative Millett. Any further questions or discussion from the committee, please? Yes, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I'd like to just thank the sponsor for bringing the concept forward. And some of the accompanying materials were fascinating to read, but I do feel that I'm not going to be able to support this bill, as it really would be a dramatic change from the constitutional notion that it is up to the municipalities for each town to provide for the education of the students. It would really require major changes for us to become a statewide school system, if you will. So, but I did appreciate reading how they do it in a couple of the Scandinavian countries.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if the sponsor of the bill was, I don't see him, but I'm just double checking with Sam if Representative Hanley is in there.
You're correct, Representative. The representative is not currently with us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, folks, or comments? So we have a motion by Representative Brennan of ought not to pass. That was seconded by Representative Millette. I'm going to ask Sam if you would be kind enough, sir, to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes, ought not to pass.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman?
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. All right, Senator. So 10 members vote in favor of the motion and 2 oppose, Senator.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And
Can I
thank
just
you.
add dissenting the minority report?
I'm sorry. My apologies. Yes.
Ought to pass, but making sure that the homeschoolers are not included.
So that would be an ought to pass as amended with Representative Hanley's proposed amendment to remove the homeschoolers?
Correct.
Thank you. I will close the session, work session on 1343, and thank the committee again for their work. And we will move on to LD 1449, which is an act to provide for education funding reform for more equitable state support to communities. And Ms. Risler. Oh. We're good.
Okay. So this bill is a concept draft. So I wasn't going to go through the entire proposal for you. I did forward an email this morning from Representative Geiger with some proposed amendment, and I did notice before I started showing my screen that she is in the attendee portion of the Zoom room. I would note that during the public hearing, the proponents of the bill testified that the current school funding formula is inequitable, and that this bill proposes or would propose to address the unfairness by establishing a logical link between state education funding and per capita income, as well as giving additional consideration to service centers, for example, Rockland, that provide necessary services to the surrounding communities without some of the additional revenue. and that although changes to the formula can, as you always hear, benefit some towns and not others, an option may be to institute a floor. And there was some written testimony as well. Obviously, as a concept draft, we do not have any preliminary fiscal impact statement at this time. But I do see Representative Geiger is here, and I can pull up her proposal if the committee would like me to.
Yes, I have not seen that since this morning.
All right, give me just a moment. Let's see. All right, so here was the email that I did forward you this morning. The amendment proposes to strike the bill, and that the current education funding formula would be replaced with a per pupil funding floor, with the state subsidy apportioned to Maine school districts on a per pupil basis equal to half of the average per pupil cost for the previous year. That the remaining state subsidy would be apportioned by a school funding formula based on 3 metrics: the community's poverty rate, the community's median per capita income, and the community's median house value, and that any additional monies outside the school state subsidy, including any relief act funds, would be apportioned to Maine school districts on a per pupil basis.
Any questions of Hillary at this time? Yes, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Risler, for your analysis, and good morning, Representative Geiger. It's nice to have you with us. My question is, do I have a recollection that there was a MEPRI study about the funding formula? Maybe it wasn't MEPRI. Can you tell me the last time we did an analysis, please, of the funding formula? Thank you.
I think there was a lot of talk about the floor when this committee was discussing the regional adjustment, and that may be what you're thinking of. And that had to do with the labor index and possibly setting a floor on the labor index.
Is that Representative Dodge? We have Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hillary, I'm trying to pull up the testimony and who proponents and opponents. Okay. There are no opponents, and there are 4 individuals for proponents. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
I have Representative Brennan, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, and Ms. Risler, if you could answer this question, or Representative Geiger, either one is fine. But in number 3 of the proposed amendment, it says any additional monies raised outside the school state subsidy, including relief funds, will be apportioned to Maine school districts on a per pupil basis. Well over 60% of school districts in the state raise money outside of the school subsidy, above and beyond the EPS model. So based on this wording, would that money then be apportioned to school districts across the state on a per pupil basis? So again, for example, there's the EPS model that says, here's what a local district should be spending on its school. And then I'm sure 60% is probably even a conservative estimate of school districts that go beyond the EPS model in terms of money that they raise. And that's money, quote, outside the formula. So, or an outside state subsidy. So is the intent to include that money and then have that apportioned across the state in some way?
Representative Brennan, thanks so much for the question. And you've clearly identified a vague and unintentional result of number 3. I was looking to, I can't remember the term the education department used for monies from the state that often go to school districts that are outside the usual process, but they often use the usual process in apportioning that. So they will often use the school funding as a method to apportion money outside the usual subsidy. And it was that state money that I was speaking about, certainly not local community money.
Okay, so that potentially that I mean, the other allocations would be special education or certain adjustments within the formula that the state makes outside of the subsidy. Is that what you're?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I can't speak for other people, but I believe probably the lack of testimony in opposition to this bill had a lot to do with the fact that it really was a concept draft at the time. A couple of pieces that concern me enough that I will not be able to support the bill. One would be the, as you mentioned, part 3 of the amendment. Quite often those are federal monies, if we're referring particularly like to the COVID relief funds coming in from the federal level, they come to the state and then are parceled out. But this bill would, rather than a per pupil basis, those funds, most of them at this point, I think, it's been determined that they need to be distributed via the Title I formula. And the other piece is that this would be more than a tweak to the EPS model. This would have all types of snowballing ramifications throughout the formula that would more than likely lend us some real unintended consequences. If I can find my mute, I'll mute myself.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. And speaking of mute, I'm hearing an odd noise on my end. I'm not sure if we're all hearing it or not. So just ask for a little bit of caution in terms of your microphone, please. I do have some questions. I see Representative Dodge, Representative Millette, Senator Woodson, Representative Salisbury, and Senator Daughtry. We have lots of questions this morning. In that order, Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too hear some sort of clicking. Thank you for acknowledging me. My question to Representative Geiger, I believe, is can you in a few sentences share with me the current state of service center privileges or acknowledgements of service centers and the burden they bear, please?
Certainly. Thank you for the question, Representative Dodge. So I come from Rockland. I was a city councilor there for 6 years, a mayor for 1. And it was the education portion of our town's budget that was often disastrous for both our city and for our residents. So just an example, the table I provided in my original testimony, for me, sort of sums up the complete irrationality of the current formula, in that it doesn't appear to be based on any kind of consistent way of approaching communities. So Rockland has a much lower median income than the state average, has much lower house values. 70% of our kids are on free or reduced lunch, and yet we receive one of the lowest rates per pupil of education subsidy money. And the result is that we have a very high mill rate we've always been a working class town, and at this point we are forcing out at the elderly on fixed incomes, while at the same time unable to fund our city services. We have consistently, the 6 years I was on council, kept any increase in our funding from year to year for the city well under 1.5%, often zero, because we simply could not ask people to bear what we were looking at from the education, from our school, as well as any increases in city funding. The result has been, and I think you can see this across service centers across the state, is incredibly crumbling infrastructure, where we are neither able to provide the education our children deserve, nor are we able to provide the basic services and maintenance to our cities. So to me, yes, this is a radical bill. I honestly don't expect you to pass it. I wanted to start a conversation where I can't express enough to you that the current formula is so uneven that too many communities are left behind. And so to me, this amendment was sort of a radical way of saying, if we threw everything out and we agreed that the state owes its children a certain amount of money across the board to ensure that they receive a good education, and then from there looked at the communities that needed additional help, that we would end up with a formula that was fair and made sure that every child had the means to get a quality education without beggaring the larger service centers in our state.
A quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'll take that thumbs up as a yes.
I couldn't get to my mute button or unmute button.
Thank you. I specifically wonder if the problem could not partially be solved with addressing the revenue sharing issue, as opposed to a complete turnover of what we already have called the essential programs and services model for that baseline. Thank you very much.
You are certainly right that the lack of the 5% of municipal revenue sharing that towns and communities have been owed and have not received in about 14 to 16 years would certainly help cities manage their infrastructure. It doesn't change the need for education. So in my community, we have, and I'm sure many others do, we have a whole cohort of children we have not seen before. There's a clinical term for it. We're seeing kids with what's called deep neglect, have never seen a book, have never seen a fork. One little boy came to school, parents were both opiate addicts who left him in a room most of the day, didn't know his name. We are seeing children arriving with fundamental needs, and we're having to really beef up the care that they are receiving. We've got 5 behavioral health classrooms out of 7 for kindergartners. We're having to meet some needs that haven't been historically there. And again, I don't find that the education formula helps us do that. It provides a huge amount of funding for some schools, a minimal amount for others, without there seeming to be a basis behind that. Beyond land values, which can be very misleading in terms of how individual residents in a city or town are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Representative Salisbury, Senator Daughtry, Senator Woodson. And my
Thank you, Mr.
apologies.
Chair. Thank you. And thank you, Representative Geiger, for bringing this forward. Some of the questions I was going to ask, comments made have already been made. But one thing, I think these last few bills have shown us that there's something needs to be done with our EPS formula and the way that we do this. I've been on the school committee for 10 years and have never been able to figure it out, and learned a little bit more when I came here and actually spoke to some of the people that work on the EPS formula. But I think these bills show us that something needs to be done and some work really needs to happen around this. I think I think someone mentioned, I'm not sure when or where, but there has been a study on the EPS formula, and maybe it's time to have a new one done. Hopefully someone that's been around longer than I can, can talk a little bit about that. And if we can start that process again, that would be able to help us and really dig down deeper into this very confusing formula and maybe find ways to make it a little bit more equitable for communities across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Senator Daughtry, followed by Senator Woodson and Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, Representative Geiger, I completely understand where you're coming from. This is one of the most difficult things for our local and municipal officials to deal with. And I think that's something that we completely recognize on this committee and have for the 9 years that I've been in the legislature. And I too have had different bills. And I remember when I first got elected, I had this one idea that I thought if we made the funding formula income dependent instead of land dependent, that I would solve the problem of educational funding. And very quickly, I think the best lesson I learned after my first year on the education committee is I described the funding formula like a giant ball of yarn. And currently it's mostly wound up pretty well, but the second you start to pull on any one string, the entire thing starts to snag and doesn't cover everything that you're trying to knit. Not to make knitting analogies for everything in the education committee, but I've always stuck to that and think of the education formula as this, beautiful ball of yarn that can just go completely awry the second you move everything. And having, been involved, with the PICUS report and all of the different evaluations that we've done on our funding formula, I completely understand, the frustration of many of our communities, but I can tell you that everyone on this committee has worked hard to try to find some sort of equality for the funding formula, and we will continue to keep doing that. But I do unfortunately think at this time, this bill isn't the vehicle, but I'm, excited and hopeful that you'll join us in those ongoing conversations and bring your experience and maybe some knitting at the same time. So thank you.
I couldn't knit to save my life, but I so appreciate and I'm absolutely committed to trying to figure this out. And I appreciate being part of the conversation today.
I do have Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Brennan and Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Geiger, for bringing this issue forward. I think Senator Daughtry summed it up very well. I don't think I've been quite as descriptive or as smooth as she was on the situation, but it is a problem. And unfortunately, I don't see this bill as being the solution to the issues we've had. Maybe it's a question for Hillary, but are we still doing MEPRI report? Wasn't there some studies out there or continued studies that were supposed to be brought to us at some point on funding?
Yeah, so as you know, MEPRI does annual, I think it's every 3 years, does reviews of the various components of the school funding formula. And I don't remember off the top of my head which ones are up this year, but I could certainly find that out for you. But again, I think some of that also came up with the discussion in the committee about the regional adjustment and some of their recommendations that we reviewed earlier in the session.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I thought that was true. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Brennan, Representative Millett, and Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Geiger, I sympathize with you as much as anybody on this committee, if not in the legislature, because Portland shares a similar dilemma in the sense that we have some of the highest valuation in the state, but we also have some of the lowest income in Cumberland County. So we are valuation rich, but income poor. And we have between 55 and 60% of our students also qualify for free and reduced lunch. And we have elementary schools where we have 70 and 80% of students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. and the formula does define wealth within a community as valuation. So that is clearly the difficulty. At the same time, I think particularly what you've proposed in number 1 raises constitutional issues and that have been ruled on in a number of different states. And I think that's problematic. And I also think part 3 is also problematic about distribution of funding outside the formula. So due to those 2 reasons, I will move ought not to pass on LD 1449.
Thank you. Do I have a representative? That's, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, both. So Representative Brennan and Senator Woodson. I have a question with a hand up still. Representative Millet, no?
Yeah, not a question, but my thoughts. So I think it's really important to separate the EPS formula from the allocation methodology. The EPS formula actually works really hard to address equity in our schools by having extra contributions for English language learners, economically disadvantaged, early grades, etc. And as such, it was found to be one of the strongest formulas in the nation and served as a model. Where we struggle is with the allocation methodology. And I think that both Representative Brennan and Representative Geiger have talked about the fact that when we utilize property as a way of measuring ability to pay, we encounter a lot of problems. When we studied this issue, whatever number of years ago now, possibly I think 8, the committee was very clear that first and foremost, we have to fund 55% as a state, because that in of itself raises all boats to some degree or another. And that was the number 1 challenge before we did anything to the formula. Number 2, we heard loudly and clearly from PICUS that the allocation methodology that we're utilizing absolutely rests upon our property tax relief programs. That's our property tax fairness credit and our homestead exemption. And that those needed to be much more substantial in nature to address this pressure that we are feeling because of the allocation methodology. We all thought as a committee and as a task force that by including an income, a measurement of community income would somehow make the methodology more fair. And PICUS came back and said, to their surprise, it didn't, it made it worse, and we were stunned. I would say that that's something that we could and should revisit and confirm those results. Just because it's just so counterintuitive. So I think that that's possibly an area that as a state and a committee we can look at. So I'm very concerned, but I'm actually relieved to hear that Representative Geiger didn't anticipate we would pass this, because holy smoke, to make a wholesale change like this would cause absolute mayhem and so many unintended consequences. Anything like this would require multiple years of work. But I am appreciative of the opportunity for all of us to have this conversation again. So thank you, Representative Geiger.
Thank you. I do have a hand up, Representative Brennan.
I That was inadvertent.
Okay. So, any other questions or issues, discussion? Then I suggest we move the vote. And I'm just trying to find where I had in my notes here. But in any case, we did have a motion, ought not to pass, made by Representative Brennan, I believe seconded by Senator Woodson. Seeing no further discussion, I am going to ask Sam, if you would be kind enough, sir, to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. I think the committee had their Wheaties this morning. I can barely keep up. All right. Senator, Senator Rafferty, how would you like to vote, sir?
Yes, ought not to pass.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray? Not with us again. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. All right, Senator. So, oh, and I forgot Senator Daughtry. Sorry, Senator. You weren't here for the earlier votes. It just became routine. Senator Daughtry?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you, Senator. All right.
I was coming.
All right, Senator Rafferty. So we have those voting in favor of the motion, unanimous of those present and voting, 12-0.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. And again, thanks for the committee. And you're right, Sam. We had our Wheaties. We are moving along. I have a hand up, Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank Mr. Chair. And before we let Representative Geiger go, I just wanted to thank her for bringing this forward and share with her that I had an experience in my first session last time around of a very aggressive proposal that suffered the same fate as this one. But hopefully you'll be back next session and maybe we can take another look at this. So thank you.
Representative Crockett, thank you. And let me just say, I only submitted 2 bills this year. Yesterday, one passed unanimously ought to pass, and today's unanimously ought not to pass. So aggressive proposals, and one worked, one didn't, and I will be back next year. And I thank you so much for allowing me to be part of the conversation.
Thank you, Representative. We appreciate you being here and your work. So,
and Senator, if I could just, before Representative Geiger leaves, 50% batting average is pretty good. And turn passing bill. And I do appreciate you bringing this issue forward. And I hope that we can work on this going forward because we clearly have a lot of common interest. Thank you.
thank you. And all right, so if, I could just, oh, I see your shredded wheat there. Thank you.
Actual
Am I muted? All right. I am going to, let's see, we got 10:20. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute caucus just to get caught up, as I know that there was some conversations earlier about potential amendments and so forth. So I want to clarify that before I get into something more. So we could, I'm just going to ask for a side caucus, please.
So Senator, we'll come back at 10:30.
Yes, I get, it looks, yeah, that's fine. 10:30. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, folks, for your patience.
Sam, Senator Woodson here.
Yes, Senator.
Do we have any bills this afternoon that no sponsors or very few individuals have signed up to testify?
Senator, we just have work sessions today, no public hearings.
Okay, but okay, as far as I'm getting a sense here, we're gonna cut short here and have a couple hours to work. And we're just gonna take a break, but what I'm looking for, is there any bills this afternoon that, don't have a whole lot of support or following? that we
Oh,
could-
okay. Just based on raw numbers, Senator, I do know that LD 1373 was a pretty was one of our larger public hearings, and we got quite a bit of testimony for that.
Yeah,
But then I don't think so much for 1444 and 1502.
yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
But that's just based on the raw, just counting
Yeah.
testimony.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. What was the other one besides 1444 you mentioned?
LD 1502, Senator.
1502, yeah. Okay. Do other members that are on here now have any thoughts on taking an hour and a half break and not doing any work?
Yeah, I did. I was wondering if it was possible to move forward if there were some bills that didn't have a bunch of folks in the waiting room. It just seems
Yeah.
like we got done early I didn't realize that we were just going to try to see so many and then wait until at 1 p.m.
Right. I didn't either.
don't know if anyone else is getting that mid-morning sun, but the reflection through the windows. I feel like I need like sunglasses in committee.
Well, Maddie, I'm up in the kitchen today. And so I got the lights, instead of being down in the basement normally where there's no light other than the artificial light.
You
Yeah,
get the full natural kid and caboodle.
I feel like I'm not as red-faced when I'm actually in real sunlight. But
It's a beautiful day, though. I feel like we should check with Representative Roach if he's still under cloud cover.
It's he has to say no. It's pretty nice out here. Maybe they
still
have
lame from-
clouds over Wells.
I'm still lame from gardening on Sunday, pulling weeds, and I can barely move.
I was transplanting the air. I got the doors and the windows, everything open. It's like the first really sweet breath of like May. Although this weekend was pretty nice too.
We've got that May green that I love.
Same.
You know, the other day I stopped in Freeport and I was headed over to Freiburg, and I put in my GPS because I was like, there got to be some side roads to go. Well, it did that. It took me through the countryside. But I was amazed at how much greenery there was along the way. A lot of those rolling hills. I mean, people were out already mowing and doing everything. My yard looks like I'm a month away from needing a mower yet, I think.
I've mowed twice.
Yeah, I've mowed twice.
Really? Wow.
We've had so much water. My grass, when I mowed it this weekend, it was like you could have had ticks in there so long. But yeah, the back road from Freeport to Freiburg is beautiful. Long.
Yeah, it is. It was long, but it was beautiful. So,
Joe, we're trying to reseed most of the lawn. So Martha has forbidden me from mowing these spots that are spurting up pretty high. But I think I'm gonna have to take the weed whacker out because it just doesn't look good.
Let the roots get rooted. Don't be impatient.
We've started.
Not a strength of mine, Jan.
Patience is good.
Patience, not a strength of mine.
We do wildflowers. We live on a major road in town, and so I've taken with the local children. We've been planting wildflowers instead of grass and all the medians. So that's our alternative. Don't have to mow it, and the kids get flowers. It's much easier.
My uncle paved his backyard because he didn't want to mow it anymore.
that's drastic. That is drastic.
He's a riot. Yeah.
Get rid of your mower.
So funny.
Let's talk about carbon sequestering, please.
I'm gonna have to Google that. Hold on.
Pro wildflowers.
Sam, I tried to get in tomorrow's meeting.
Did you, Senator? I wonder why I got a little notification.
I did the same thing.
That was me.
And me.
No, that's okay.
The worst is when you click on the wrong one and you look at the date and you're like, wait, not started. What is the date? You have to remember and go back.
Senator, I just texted Representative Gramlich and told her that we've taken her bill up second this afternoon.
Thank you.
And that's 1502. But I also told her the first bill up might take a while or take a minute or two. and that was 1373. Okay.
I have the darkest screen of all of you. I am always in the dark, it seems like.
It's the backlighting, Senator. You always have a lot of light in your background.
So
And
I
then-
should be sitting the other way.
Right, because if the sun is on you, like on your body and your face, then it's going to illuminate you. But right now, because it's in the back, it puts you in a shadow.
It might not be good.
You don't
that
have to be
I'm-
quite as festive as Representative Dodge, but if you tried to move your windows, then you would show up more because it's affecting Senator Daughtry a little bit too, depending on whenever she leans in or out.
And if I turn off my light, Joe, my face would be completely in shadow. Happy to give anyone a lighting Zoom seminar at any other time.
I'm not sure that illuminating a face like this is a good idea, so.
Oh, hey now.
That's what I said.
I just use all my old photography equipment when we're having different things because I have, professional suite of lights. So if anyone needs some softbox or some ring lights, let me know.
Oh, we lost them, the dog.
So Maddie, tell me if this is true or not. Is one of the reasons that we have a disproportionately high number of artists and photographers in Maine because the light on the east is somewhat different than any place else you can find in the United States and down east?
I've heard this time and time again, which could be potential.
And you just heard it again.
Well, no, I think it is true. And especially because my bread and butter for years was portrait photography. And the golden light that you have anywhere in Maine is just absolutely captivating. But I think why I think we have such a high population of artists is just how jaw-stunning, dropping our state is. I mean, every time I travel, I feel like I fall in love more with the state, whether, I'm up in, Stearns neck of the woods, or, every time I drive to like the county and I'm going through Mars Hill and you're going over that one thing going down in there. And especially the light down where my grandfather's from in Jonesport, watching the sunrise in Lubec is just breathtaking. And I think that's why we have so many artists. It's just so varied and stunning. So.
You've got it all.
Yeah.
Except deserts and, well, we do have the desert of Maine. Rattlesnakes, tornadoes.
We've
low
had
number.
tornadoes.
There are no rattlesnakes up here?
There used to be.
Gosh, you got to come to Pennsylvania. I'll show you some rattlesnakes.
We stopped them at the New Hampshire border. They couldn't get across the bridge.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. That's some pretty cool ecology right there.
You used to have mountain lions too, right? Wasn't that like a whole population that disappeared around the same time as the rattlesnakes? I know we had some big cat.
Just one at the Great Animal Farm, I think.
Yeah.
Looks like
There's a rattlesnake there too.
Looks like just about everyone's back. And Senator Woodson. Yeah, Representative Sampson. The only one I'm not hearing is Senator Woodson.
Yeah.
There he is.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm sorry for the delay, but due to some extenuating circumstances, we are going to actually move so to hear any potential, a slight change in schedule, bottom line is. So we're not going to begin a session on 12:53 nor 1391 at this time. So we're going to ask Ms. Risler, we'll put you on the spot, is if we can do some potential language changes that you might have at your fingertips. We could go through those and we'll take our break and reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Yes, you mean language reviews?
Please.
Sure. These would be the ones that I sent out yesterday.
Thank you.
I will need a moment to pull them up, so bear with
My
me.
apologies, but take your time.
Senator Rafferty, I think Senator Woodson might have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I did not looking up. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. While Hillary is preparing, am I assuming that we're going to take a break and not take up anything earlier? In other words, this afternoon, I'm asking, is there any bills this afternoon that, let's say they probably doubtful of passing and there wasn't much support or the sponsors are not available?
Well, I think part of my rationale is that they're scheduled for 1 o'clock, sir. So to change them and move them to an earlier time frame, my understanding is not allowed or not appropriate for us to do.
Yeah, well, I can't argue that, I guess, but I just don't like the procedure we're going by here. So thank you.
It's not what I had anticipated myself. I thought we were moving along rather well. But there sometimes there are things outside of our control that need a little attention, and that's the cause for the delay. Senator Woods, Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just Senator Woodson, and I think to others, you know, as I was waiting an idea this morning for my bill to come up, we're just at that height of season where bill sponsors are asking to be in 4 different places at 4 different times. So it feels like every committee I've been bouncing between has been having to adjust their schedule accordingly as they've been hunting down bill sponsors.
Okay, is the committee ready for me to start some language reviews?
Yes.
Okay. As always, because I'm going to be sharing my screen, I would just ask that if anyone either shouts out, or Senator Rafferty or Representative Brennan, if you could just let me know there's a hand up, that there's a question, and I can take down the screen so I can see you guys. Otherwise, I'll move through relatively quickly. So first up, this is LD 313. This was a unanimous vote. This is Senator Woodson's bill, the resolve to advance career and technical education opportunities in Maine. This hasn't gone through all the revisor's office yet, so this will come back to you with a fiscal note. The main thing I wanted to just notice is that I rearranged a little bit. Under the original draft, there were a bunch of different sections with varying duties. Since they really fall under the one category of these are all duties, I just combined them. But otherwise, this is the same as was presented. The other part of this bill that wasn't technically part of this bill was that the committee, when you voted ought not to pass on LD 975, which was Representative Bechto's bill on industrial art certification, the committee had asked me to draft a letter requesting that the commissioner include or invite Representative Bechto to participate in any work group that was convened pursuant to LD 313. And so I just wanted to give the committee a quick opportunity to review that letter in conjunction with this bill. If there are any questions, otherwise you will, as I said, you will see LD 313 back with a fiscal note before it gets reported out.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is LD 362. This is a divided report, ought to pass as amended, ought not to pass. Oh, that is not that one. Hold up, I have too many things open. There we go. So this was originally a resolve to require the Department of Education to form a family income data collection working group. The majority voted to amend the resolve to instead require by January 15th of 2022 that the Department of Education submit a report to the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee on strategies to use alternative databases and family income measures to determine eligibility for public school nutrition programs, and that the committee would have the opportunity to report out a bill. And this was something that the committee had heard the department was already working on. Any questions on that one?
I'm not seeing any.
The fiscal note simply indicates that the cost can be absorbed within the department. Okay. So now let's go to LD 452. This was an act to require certain schools to provide menstrual products. The majority report was simply to add a mandate preamble, so that's pretty straightforward. The minority report, this was one Representative Stearns that you and I went back and forth on a little during the meeting, so I just want to make sure that this is an accurate reflection. The minority report.
I reviewed it last night. It looked good.
Okay, great. Then I will continue on. And that one will come back with a fiscal note, if any, before it gets reported out. All right, so this is LD 639. This was a divided report of ought to pass as amended and one ought not to pass. This is the bill that would become a resolve directing the Department of Education to develop training for school counselors and to review limitations on autism spectrum disorder coursework for special education certification. These was the two bills, Representative Crafts, that the committee combined during that bigger work session. It provides that the Department of Education shall, in consultation with the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, develop and provide professional development to be offered at no cost to school counselors and other school employees as appropriate on family or intimate partner violence, which addresses screening, its impact on children, referral and intervention strategies, and report back no later than January 15th of 2022 on the training developed, the professional development opportunities offered, the number of participants, and who is participating in the professional development opportunities. The second section of the bill directs the Department of Education, when they are conducting any review or revision of teacher certification rules, which the committee knows has been ongoing over the past year, shall consider the requirements for special education certification related to course limitations on autism spectrum disorder, with a focus on increasing the flexibility of courses that may count towards that special education certification, and again, report back to the Education Committee next January on that review. Any questions on that one? All right, I already went through the letter. This is LD 1049. Which was the resolve to promote the education of students who participate in health education classes regarding common cancer symptoms, the bone marrow registry, and organ donation. The two amendments the majority of the committee made were to replace the sex education with health education, and also to provide that the online content developed must be made available on the Department of Education's publicly accessible website. This bill did come back with a fiscal note and an appropriation one time of $20,000 for the Department of Education to contract for staffing services to create the online content and educate high school and elementary school to participate in these health education classes. And a one-time fund of $834 for some technology costs to create the online content. And that's reflected in the fiscal note. Any questions on that one?
Hillary?
Yes.
This was Representative Craven's bill?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So the fiscal note on that's $21,000?
That's, yes. Would you like me to get some more information for you?
Absolutely. I mean, the bill was a very modest proposal to simply say that they would work with healthcare consultants and experts and put money, put the information on the webpage that would be available to school districts. So they're basically saying it's going to cost them $21,000 to gather the data and to make the adjustments on their webpage.
It specifies let's see, specifically for the creation of the online content and the cost to contract for staffing services to create the online content.
Okay. Well, if you could
so
look at
that's all I know at this point, but I can reach out to both our fiscal analyst as well as the department to figure out what they thought those needs were, and I can bring that back or bring them back for you.
Thank you.
Yep, will do. And last but not least, I have LD 1072, and this was a unanimous vote. So this was the act regarding career and technical education, memorandum of understanding with community colleges, and the committee voted to both add the adult education programs into this, as well as tweak some of the language a little bit as well. And I did have permission, I did share this with the community college and the university main system for a couple edits for the language. This provides that the Korean Technical Education Center or region, adult education program, and a community college or university may enter into a memorandum of understanding pursuant to this section to provide for educational programs to career and technical education and adult education students. And it provides, obviously, that community college means the main community college system, and university means the university and main system. It provides that the memorandum must include the center or region, adult education program, and community college must address how to align schedules to allow students to take courses through the community college or university. So it doesn't, the original bill was a little bit more prescriptive that they had to align. This sort of allows a little bit more flexibility through the MOU to figure out how that will work for the particular program or the particular college or university. It provides that the community college or university shall grant full credit to any student who successfully completes a course at the community college or university under this section. The course must apply to graduation requirements at the community college or university in which it was taken, or be transferable to another community college or university on an equal basis with a course taken by any other student at the community college or university. This language mirrors the current statutory language for the other early college education programs, so it follows that same provision. And then it provides for funding, that funding for the career and technical education, adult education attending courses at a community college or university may be provided in accordance with the aspirations program, and funding for career and technical education students only may also be provided in accordance with the bridge program, because as the committee heard that the bridge program funding was not available for the adult education students. So again, this one has not gone through the advisor's office, so it will come back before you if there is any sort of fiscal note, but otherwise, are there any questions on that one at this point? Okay, great. I will move those all along with the exception of LD 1049, which I'll try to get some more information and get that back in front of you as soon as I can. And I do know my colleague Sam Seneft has some additional language and fiscal reviews for you this afternoon. And depending how long this break is, I might too.
All right, well, thank you. Any questions of Hillary before she finishes? All right, not seeing any. Hillary, thank you very much. So I have us currently at 11 o'clock or about a minute of, and we will reconvene at 1. All right. Thank you, folks, for your work this morning, and I'll see you shortly.
Wait, Sandra, are you still there?
Yes.
Sorry, just in case, because I'm gonna get questions probably for the next few hours here. So just to confirm, this afternoon we're doing 3 bills: the 1373, 1444, and 1502,
and 880.
And 880.
And 880. Okay. And so
Yeah,
we're not doing the 1253, 1391 at all today.
Right.
Okay.
No, we won't have the ability to do so.
Okay. I wasn't sure if we were pushing them to the afternoon or if we just weren't doing them. Okay. All right.
And Hillary, do you have 1444?
No, Sam Seneft is going to be doing 1444 and 880.
And he's planning on doing both together, right?
I have to double check, but I know he at least, that's why he has both of them.
Okay, well, I think it makes sense to do them together because they're very related.
I think 880 you technically already did and tabled, so he'll have a separate bill analysis for 1444, but you can certainly work them at the same time.
Okay, but I think, doesn't Senator Daughtry have an amendment to 880?
Yes.
She said
Yes.
she did. Yeah. And then Representative Stover has an amendment to 1444.
I believe that was, yes.
Okay, all right. Great.
All right, thank you for clarifying that, just because I know I'll get questions for between now and then.
And Hillary, I'm going to call you right now.
Okay.
Thank you. And Sam, if you do, feel free to call me if you need me, all right? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator. I appreciate it.
Sure, thanks.
Hey, Representative, you have a good lunch?
Yes, Sam, actually got a chance to run an errand and do my physical therapy and fed my honeybees. A very productive lunch.
Oh, nice. Cool. What do you feed honeybees?
Well, the great debate is whether you should feed them at all. But I feed them a mixture of sugar and water. And they seem to, when they have a dearth of pollen in their own natural sources, they'll take that sugar and water. But some beekeepers say that makes them lazy, just like we would be, you know, sit on the couch and eat sugar, and you don't go out and forage for your own goodies.
True, true.
So there's probably some truth to that. You know, I can't imagine the big, large bee producers buying sugar to feed their bees, but mine are spoiled.
That's okay. Now, are they already pretty active because it's been getting a little bit warmer?
Yep. I don't know all that much about it. I do okay at it, but I'm not as very. There's an awful lot to it, but yeah, at the very first of the season, they go way up high in the trees and pollinate, do those first buds that come out on the trees. I didn't realize that, but now they're doing some dandelions and those kinds of things.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, our farm is next to a blueberry farm back home, and it's about an acre wide plot. And one of my earliest memories is always just whenever the beekeepers would come to drop off the boxes so that they could pollinate the bushes.
Yes. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't have any bee allergies because whenever I would be picking blueberries, I get stung quite a bit. But
right. Yeah. Well, that's one of the theories in the fact that the bees aren't as resilient as they once were, is because so many of them are specialists. The bees they go out to these huge farms in the West, and they're only collecting one type of pollen.
Right, because of the monoculture. Yeah, that's been like the trend in agriculture, at least.
Yeah, so that's one of the theories, along with varroa mites and pesticides and all the other things that go against the bees.
Yeah, it's hard to be a bee. I mean, there's a lot of things that are hard on them these days.
Yeah, it's tough being a bee. Yeah, we've had some adventures. The first time I ever got a little bit of honey from my bees, I brought it in the kitchen, not knowing that the bees were going to come in to retrieve their honey and take it back home. And
oh, right.
That was a lively afternoon.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh dear.
I just learned something from that conversation right there.
All right.
I would not have known that. Never expected that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't either. I said, this will be great. I'll bring all this stuff inside and, you know, get all this nice honey. And I think I took a run to the store and came back and probably 60,000 bees hanging around the kitchen, you know.
Oh, that's, yeah, no, no.
So when did that happen?
That was about 4 years ago. So I took all the honey outside, and sure enough, 20 minutes later, they were all gone. They followed the honey. But
so didn't you have screens on your doors and windows?
No, I had everything wide open. I was lugging pails back and forth, and oh yeah. My almost a divorce, not quite. We chatted.
It was a pressure point.
Oh.
So, Representative McCray, did you want to make an announcement?
No, did I know of?
I think you do.
Oh my.
You want everybody to respond to the MEPRI poll. Oh,
I sure do. Somehow that notice from Senator Rafferty caught me like, oh my God, I missed that myself. So everybody, we do need to get that in there. If they want to set a priority list for us, you should contribute to that poll.
I would request that we have a corner caucus on that, please, before some of us submit, if that's possible or okay, maybe? No?
Sure.
It's above my pay grade.
Well, I can tell you that I've submitted mine.
Oh,
So
bye.
well, I did not
Me too.
realize that would be a request. I hadn't. If you had made that, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Okay,
How-
no problem.
Have,
I
we
did
can do
mine
it.
Mr.
So,
Chair,
yeah, yes.
I was just gonna add Representative Dodge, I think, and MEPRI really is hoping to have all of our individual perspectives on it, from caucus or anything else from that. So I think it's really just, the poll is a way to gauge each of us individually from a vast group of stakeholders. So, and I also filled it out already as well. So feel free to go with your heart and stick with your gut.
We do have 10 folks. And without, well, if there's any thoughts otherwise, I'd like to get us back on board here as soon as we can. Probably should go through introductions again, so. I know we are already live, but I will just go through my, as we reconvene, just kind of remind folks that we have a work session going on. So, folks, good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. We've convened again this afternoon with the intentions of having work sessions so that the purpose essentially of the meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and to make recommendations or reports to the legislature. This afternoon, only committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe the meeting, it's being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We do broadcast the audio of this meeting on the legislature's website, www.legislature.maine.gov. With that said, I am just going to invite my committee members, if they would be kind enough to introduce themselves, and I will begin with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Hartwell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. And I do believe that Representative Roach's stray gray clouds decided to settle over my house, and it's gone from a beautiful, glorious day to looking like it's about to thunder. So I'm going to blame this one on Representative Roach.
And that's sunny Representative Roach. Senator Woodson, please.
Dave Woodson, Senate District 33, York County.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo, and it's thundering and lightning here.
Wow. Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman here at the Capitol, District 74, Jay, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, good afternoon, folks. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield up in the county. And Senator Daughtry's description of what's happened to her weather is exactly what's happened clear up here in the north. So I'm just trying to stay clear of Representative Dodge's weather. Thank you, Pete.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Good afternoon, I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
And Representative Roach.
Good afternoon from the sunny capital of York County, Wells. I don't know if we're really the capital, but I represent District 7 here down in Wells. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Salisbury.
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook, which is currently partially cloudy with some raindrops that I just felt when I chased my dog around the neighborhood.
I'm not the only one that has to do that, I guess. That's good. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the sun is shining on the dome at the State House. I am Representative Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which is in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And again, working with us this afternoon will be our clerk, Sam Baker. Sam will continue to do an outstanding job. He'll be the person that helps you enter or exit the meeting this afternoon, should we call upon you. We'll also hear a lot this afternoon from our analyst, Hillary Risler. Good afternoon, Hillary. She will be giving us a breakdown of a number of bills that we'll be speaking to this afternoon. We do have 4 bills to address, not in this order, but I will read them numerically. 880, 1373, 1444, and 1502. So this afternoon, our first bill that we will have a discussion on, and starting with the analysis from Ms. Risler, will be LD 1373, which is an act to keep all Maine students safe by restricting the use of seclusion, restraint in schools. Ms. Risler.
I was about to start, but I saw Representative Stearns had his hand up. So before I went to share my screen, I figured I'd point that out.
Your eyes are quicker than mine. Representative Stearns.
Yes, Mr. Chair, could you quickly repeat the order? I didn't catch that.
I just gave the numbers. So what I'm planning on is 1373, 1502, and then we'll probably look at 880 and 1444 at the similar time, same time.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
May I, Senator?
Yes.
All right, so this is LD 1373, which is an act to keep all Maine students safe by restricting the use of seclusion and restraint in schools. So the original bill before you, in the special education provisions of the Maine revised statutes, prohibits the use of seclusion, chemical restraints, mechanical restraints, and certain physical restraints of students by schools and other entities. And the bill directs schools to make annual reports to the Department of Education regarding incidents of physical restraint, and directs the Commissioner of Education to report biennially to the governor and the legislature on data regarding the use of physical restraint and seclusion. And the bill also directs the Department of Education to develop and implement a performance review system to define and monitor the use of physical restraint by school administrative units and special purpose programs. During the public hearing, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Millette, proposed an amendment This amendment moves the provision regarding restraint and seclusion from the special education chapter to the general provisions for all elementary and secondary school students. It adds to the definition of unlawful seclusion or restraint, physical restraint that interferes with the student's ability to communicate in the student's primary language or primary mode of communication. Amends the provision regarding physical restraint that is contraindicated based on the student's disability or healthcare needs or medical or psychiatric condition as documented in, among others, another relevant record made available to the covered entity. Clarifies what is not included in the definition of unlawful restraint and seclusion, which would include a timeout, physical escort, physical prompt, the use of adapted devices or mechanical supports used to achieve proper body position, balance, or alignment to allow greater freedom of mobility than would be possible without the use of such devices, or the use of a vehicle safety restraint when used as intended during the transport of a student in a moving vehicle. And it adds that a covered entity may only use physical restraint if the student's behavior poses an imminent danger of serious physical injury to the student or others. Less restrictive interventions would be ineffective in stopping such imminent danger or serious physical injury. The physical restraint ends immediately upon the cessation of the imminent danger of serious physical injury to the student or others, and the least amount of force necessary is used to protect the student or others from the threatened injury. The proposed amendment requires the department to make the data on the incidence of physical restraint available to the public by placing it on the department's website, removes the performance review system of the original bill, and requires the department to provide technical assistance using existing resources and to amend the rules regarding restraint and seclusion, which are routine technical rules. So the testimony, you did hear a lot of testimony. Anytime the committee receives a lot of testimony, I do try to include as much of it as I can, but it is, of course, still a summary. So forgive me if there are pieces that do get left out. But proponents of the bill testified that Maine restrains more students per capita than any other state and secludes students at the second highest rate in the country. That the effects of restraint and seclusion include substantial and disproportionate physical, emotional injuries, disruptive exclusions from the educational process, have no pedagogical basis, discriminate against students with disabilities, and impairs the educational objectives of public schools with respect to children with disabilities. That DOE has a strong technical assistance program, and there are alternatives that are safer and more educationally appropriate for districts to utilize. That this bill is a step towards the vast improvement in the quality, quantity, and consistency of the data on which the department can better assess the needs and propose steps to meet those needs. That the regulations adopted in 2012 were designed to regulate the use of restraint and seclusion and reduce the use of these dangerous and ineffective response to behavior, but has instead served to normalize them and are being used in the absence of any significant risk of injury or harm. That Maine should join the growing number of states that have acted to eliminate the use of seclusion in schools, and that this bill will not eliminate the ability to restrain a child if there is a threat of serious injury to the child or others. Opponents of the bill testified that with regard to special purpose private schools, the youth who have been placed there because they have serious and often dangerous challenging behaviors and require an intensive school-based treatment program. There's concern that this bill will make the risk of harm to a child engaging in aggression or self-injury greater, not lower. That the bill is duplicative of the existing Department of Education Rule Chapter 33 governing the use of restraint and seclusion. But the primary difference with this bill versus the rule is the elimination of the option of using seclusion to safely manage dangerous behavior that puts a child or others at imminent risk, and that there are instances where seclusion is safer than utilizing the physical restraint approaches allowed by the bill. Concern that the bill may block access to medically necessary protective devices, allows determination of allowable physical restraints to be based on non-medical documents and non-medical personnel. Concern over the use of the term danger rather than risk, and the requirement regarding prohibiting restraint if it interferes with a child's ability to communicate is unworkable. Opponents also testified the data is high for Maine because of the stringent reporting requirements, that eliminating the use of the supine restraint as a measure of last resort when other interventions have been unsuccessful will create unintended consequences, and that while eliminating the use of restraint is laudable and something that all mental health providers would undoubtedly support, in the absence of a systemic approach to meeting the needs of children and adolescents with severe mental illness, it may increase the problem it seeks to remediate. The committee also did hear some testimony neither for nor against, and that while all measures are taken place to support students who may need support, there are times when a student's actions are violent and they potentially could cause physical harm to themselves or others, and the amended language addresses some of this concern. There was concern about the definition of seclusion, that even if an adult is in the room with a student, if the student feels they cannot leave the space, it could be considered seclusion, which would potentially limit the use of a cool down or reflection room. There was also concern about the changes in the definitions about between what's being proposed, the Coolant Rule Chapter 33 definitions, and the federal definitions. Concern about prohibition on seclusion can be used with children who have trauma backgrounds to avoid hands-on if they're in imminent danger to themselves or others, and that what's really needed is more technical assistance. So some quick not so quick background information, I guess, but some background information. So I did include a link to LD 1376 from the 129th legislature. This was brought up during the public hearing testimony and is not an identical bill, but has some components that are similar, and that was Representative Farnsworth bill from the 129th. The other issue for consideration here is one that those on the committee may remember from 2 years ago, but essentially the authority for the DOE Rule Chapter 33 was originally part of the Rule Chapter 125 as basic school approval. And it's based on this provision for the use of timeout areas. And however, I would note that Rule Chapter 33 specifically states that timeout is an intervention where a student requests or complies with an adult request for a break and is not covered by this rule, and the timeout is not seclusion. So there's nowhere in statute currently that actually uses those terms, restraint and seclusion, or that authorizes the department's restraint and seclusion rule. The other authority for the rule is Resolve from 2013, which was talked a lot about when these regulations were changed and amended. And I know Atlee Riley from Disability Rights Maine talked about a lot of those changes in his testimony. Part of that all came from this resolve in 2013, which also provided that beginning July 1 of 2013, any changes to Rule Chapter 33 are major substantive. The concern with this, as the committee has heard me say many times, is that typically resolves, while they have the same force and authority as the statutes, are generally for one-time authority. And so there really is no statutory authority for the Rule Chapter 33 currently. Not to say that it doesn't have any authority, it certainly does. It has these two pieces of authority, but that really the permanent authority should probably be in statute to make clear that the department does have this ongoing authority for the rule. The committee did receive a proposed amendment this morning from Representative Lyman, and Representative Lyman proposed amendment is essentially getting to just this particular issue, which puts that authority in rule, or puts that authority in statute, and then provides that the Rule Chapter 33 rules, which currently exist, are consistent with and fulfill that requirement. So the department would not need to go back and adopt new rules. So it's sort of a backward way about going through the normal process, but that's essentially what that proposed amendment is doing. So I have just one quick drafting suggestion. I think there was some confusion during the public hearing about sort of this unlawful seclusion and how that would work. I think if the intent of the bill and the proposed amendment is to fully ban seclusion, then there would be no lawful seclusion. And so I just had just for clarity's sake, a brief drafting suggestion to perhaps pull that seclusion out of the definition of unlawful seclusion and restraint. Just make a separate clear prohibition on the use of seclusion, and then a second clear prohibition on unlawful restraint and the conditions on the use of physical restraint. So the committee did request a lot of additional information. I'm not going to click through and go through all of these links. I know the committee got these yesterday. I do have the spreadsheet available if anyone wants to dig into some of the data reporting that's available on the Department of Education's website. I also include a link to the Department of Education data and reporting policies. I also provided some link on the federal data and the federal requirements. I wasn't able to fully dig into the data and analysis in terms of comparison of perhaps why Maine's data is higher. There wasn't enough for me to do that quickly. One thing I will know, and I can provide if any committee members want it, I had one of our researchers in my office look into some of the state requirements, and they vary drastically. Now, I don't know whether that impacts any of the data that gets reported federally because the federal requirements are separate, but I can provide that if anyone would like it. But in terms of the actual comparison of the state federal data, I really can't provide much more information on that. We do not have a preliminary fiscal impact statement at this time. I do know there are also a number of people here in the attendee room who also can probably speak to some additional committee questions if there are some. And so I will pause on that for now and go from there.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's appropriate, I'd like to discuss some changes that I would recommend making to the amendment that I presented at the public hearing.
That does make sense, as it would be helpful to have those before we have further discussions, I think.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I definitely listened very intently to the testimony we received and read testimony we received as well. And after some conversations from both sides of this issue, I am going to recommend that we remove section 1H4 sub 4, so 1 sub H sub 4, which includes supine as being prohibited. So it would no longer be prohibited. From my perspective, that seemed to be the issue of greatest concern to the folks that came before the committee. In reviewing the department's testimony, their concern around the word relevant not being defined anywhere as it relates to records, I would also remove that section, which is 1 sub H sub 5 sub E. And then I think that Ms. Risler's suggested changes in her analysis make good sense to me. So the only other thing I'd like to say is that, we did hear this bill. Well, not this bill. We heard a bill that tried to address some of these issues in the last legislature. And it was at that time the department came forward and stated unequivocally in its testimony that it's organizing focused efforts to support schools with professional development that will promote preventative strategies through classroom management, as well as implementation of social, emotional, and trauma-informed practices that are calculated to reduce extremely disruptive, aggressive, or self-injurious behavior among children and youth. This came after the statement that the department is very concerned about excessive use of restraint and seclusion in Maine schools, both public and private, and in both general education settings and in special purpose programs for children who have disabilities. So, that was back in 2019. They included the request for the support to do that work in the biennial budget. Here we are 2 years later. And I believe that they're getting ready to further roll out their supports. So I'm encouraged by that. I think that we've got folks rowing in the same direction. And my hope is that with these changes, we can pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, and I should just mention that Atlee Riley and Nancy Cronin are in the attendees room, should anybody have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I did see a hand up. I lost it though. It must be down.
I changed
other
my mind.
questions?
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions, folks, at this time? Yes, sir. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. So Representative Millette, with your amendment, seclusion would still be, would be banned. Is that right?
Yes, Senator. I think the language is very clear that seclusion is not a practice supported by most, if not all, of the special purpose programs, nor the department It's important to clarify that this is not about timeouts or cooling down. This is about physically forcing a child into against his or her will, and in my mind, adding trauma upon trauma. And I think, by allowing supine, I think we can get at a lot of the concern that we heard the other day.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that Representative Lyman has spent a great deal of time on this and has come up with an amendment that goes in the same direction in a slightly different manner, but it does codify the rule in statute. And rather than wait for a motion and move forward, I'm wondering if we could hear from her on her amendment so that we might be able to weigh the differences and which one might be better or which pieces of each one might be better as we move forward.
Thank you. Representative Lyman, are you prepared to explain your amendment approach?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Stearns, for talking. Yes, I said it, excuse me, apologize, this is all new for me. Senator Rafferty and members of the Education Committee, I would like to present an amendment to LD 1373 as Ms. Risler shared with you. You know, I have spoken and presented to many educators about alternative placement, namely multi-age settings that broke down the graded paradigm for grouping learners and presenting curriculum according to a graded placement, alternative assessments, and best practices with integrated studies and instructional units, student profiles, data collection, and instructional planning to meet individual needs. I never thought I would be feeling so strongly about the need to speak to restraint and seclusion. I sincerely hope that each of you can listen, keeping the struggling child and school personnel in mind. I often used to say to my students as we explored various learning concepts, for you to really get your thinking going and to challenge your understanding, you need to step out of your shoes and into others. And I would often kick my shoes off. I would explain that it could help them consider many perspectives. So I'm asking you to do the same. Let's take our political party shoes off and walk in the pair of student sneakers, and let's try to see through their eyes. I am talking to each of you as an advocate and the voice of our at-risk students. A great deal of testimony from last Tuesday's public hearing on this bill bothered me more than any of you could know, unless, of course, you too have witnessed or been involved with emergency situations within a school setting. I have been face to face when a student has lost complete emotional and/or behavioral control. The safety of that child is the priority, and all others within the setting. These moments are heart-wrenching. During an out-of-control time when a student's well-being is in danger, it is the job of trained staff to ensure safety. Since the public hearings, many of the testimonies given on LD 1373 were concerning. I found it completely inappropriate that some criminalized restraint and seclusion. I recall testimony that claimed a life could be lost by use of these practices. Nothing could be more inaccurate. Attorneys used inflammatory language to describe scenarios. I would challenge that restraint and seclusion, when used in an emergency, are acts of love from trained people who care deeply for the well-being of the struggling student. They are not punitive, but to the contrary, they are acts of kindness. These practices are to protect all involved. For those of you who have ever witnessed these emergency situations firsthand, then you know it is qualified adults that are on hand to take care of the student. The goal is safety and protection from harm. Since last Friday, I have spoken with my former principal. She asked, what do they want us to do when a child bolts towards the road or maybe into the woods? My peer teachers asked, what do they expect us to do when a child, and yes, even a 6-year-old, picks up chairs and throws them? What if a chair hit another child in the head? Our nurse asked, what do they want us to do when a child is running through the school, slamming into things, screaming and hollering, and making threatening moves? I even spoke with social workers as they expressed their concerns about being able to keep children safe. And I do know they're in the waiting room and we can ask them to come in after to speak. I want you to know that there have been too many times when children in my classroom have heard and witnessed these out of control situations coming from a struggling student. Imagine their eyes peering at you. I have seen the worry and uncertainty in their expressions. They are not at all clear about what is happening just outside their classroom. Of course, teachers throughout the school close locked doors. However, that does not stop the out of control behavior outside the classroom or the abundance of worry by all the other affected students. Sadly, I've experienced this a number of times. If restraint and/or seclusion had not been utilized, then the outcome for a student could have been unimaginable. The restraint saved them and potentially others from bodily harm, and the seclusion offered them an opportunity to de-escalate. Again, it is about offering those at great risk a safe exit or strategy for regaining control. I want to offer safety for students during the most challenging emotional and behavioral emergency. Safety for all students is the priority. Restraint and seclusion are used to protect and offer care to any at-risk student attending school. I know this is fact, as do others that work within schools. I do not go into a mechanic shop and tell the trained professionals how to keep my vehicle performing in the best manner in order to keep me safe while driving. I do not tell licensed doctors what to prescribe or which best practices will meet the diverse needs of their patients. I do not tell a farmer how to produce a healthy product and market their wares. These are exactly the reasons why any emergencies occurring within a school setting need to be handled by the trained professionals. Restraint and seclusion are used as a last resort, but are always offered with care and a student's well-being as the goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do see a hand up from Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am very sorry that Representative Lyman was so upset by this bill. And I want to offer several assurances. The most important of which is that in the bill, Section 2, prohibitions on restraint and seclusion, there is clear and unequivocal language that says that physical restraint can be used if the student's behavior poses an imminent danger of serious physical injury to the student or others. Couldn't be stated any more clearly. So I absolutely support, Representative Lyman, your idea of the need to make sure that students and educators are protected. I, in fact, actually introduced a bill in the last legislature to make sure that our educators were able to be protected in these difficult situations.
If
I may finish.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that said, I do believe that the Department of Education, which is staffed by professionals, believes as well that there is an issue that needs to be addressed. And it's in some prior testimony that they've submitted to this committee. Specifically, they said, we acknowledge that the overuse of restraint and seclusion practices is a significant problem, and we are committed to supporting change. So that's what this bill is about. again, I think in a recent conversation that we had in this committee, I expressed the struggle that sometimes I and others of my colleagues have had in terms of trying to think outside of our personal experiences and in our own districts to think about the global situation and recognize that while maybe we experience best practices and the best of the best, that there may very well be those situations where that's not happening. And I don't want to detract from those families that shared with us their situations. For them, it was very real, as well as I'm sure it's very real for educators who are faced with these situations. So again, I did hear very clearly from the professionals a specific concern around supine. I've made in testimony to the fact from many of them that they do not condone seclusion. They do not condone no utilize prone. So those remain. I believe, as Ms. Risler pointed out earlier, it's important to have these in statute to help enforce the Chapter 33 rules. So Representative Lyman, I do appreciate very much your passion for our children and the amazing work that you clearly have done as an educator. But I believe I've addressed the issue of imminent danger to the child or others in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have Representative Lyman, followed by Representative McCray and Representative Roach, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Millett. And I think that you probably understand that my amendment is about putting it into statute, and that's my goal with what I offered. And as far as speaking passionately, I'm not just trying to be passionate from my experience. I'm talking about education as a whole. And I heard the testimony as well. And I think it's important for us to realize that many folks that shared were sharing their experience upon dealing with the situation as it unfolded for them after what occurred at the school. And they may not fully be aware of what all the professionals did in order to address the needs of any given child at any given time. And I think we need to be cautious about that as we consider the work this committee is doing moving forward on any bill. So I do appreciate you sharing your thoughts, but I'm hoping that my understanding was we don't have in statute about restraint and seclusion, and that's what my goal is with the amendment I offered. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray, followed by Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to preclude discussion. I would like to offer an amendment when it's appropriate, or a motion rather.
Thank you. I have Representative Roach, followed by Representative Stearns.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Rafferty. And I want to say thank you to Representative Lyman. I love when people speak from the heart and especially the heart of an educator. And I wish I worked with you in your time in education, because I could tell you care a lot. Just a quick thing is I think sometimes when we talk about restraint and we talk about seclusion and we talk about things like this, we think that it's done out of either anger or some type of motivation that a teacher or a student have. I will tell you right now that anytime I've seen it in my building, which is quite, at times I've seen it, not as often probably as what the stats are showing in Maine. Every time it's out of complete love for the child. Every single time. It's out of complete care and love for a child and the student. And it's never out of anything but that. And then if you watch the breakdown afterwards, after it's all over, the heartbreak that you had to do it, the heartbreak, that the teacher has and the angst that they have over having to do these things, they go home with that. And it's not easy on them. It's not. I think that while I respect the bill itself and I respect the ideas behind it, I think it's covered in chapter 33. I think a lot of this is already done. It's covered. It's there already. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel on this right now. And I feel like we do this a lot where things are already being done. It's being covered. I get per capita, we have the most cases, but as testimony showed, we also have the most, stringent reporting methods for this. So it's going to be that way. I just feel really strongly that we heard testimony, yes, and I had a deep respect for the DOE and all this stuff. I'd question when the last time they were in a classroom full-time. Anybody can walk in and observe and do that. Have they been in there full-time? Have they been around these kids all the time? But the people that were, the people from the place in New Gloucester, I believe, and some of those people that testified are there every day and they see how it is. And they're against this bill. That makes my eyes open. Like, why are the teachers, why are the educators against the bill, but people that are consultants and stuff for the bill? And that worries me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I had, I believe, Representative Stearns, Salisbury, and McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Boy, I have to tell you, Representative Roach took many of my talking points and expressed them in a much more clear manner than I think I could have. One of the pieces that we're up against is a very natural tension between least restrictive environment and restraint. On the one side, you got to have these kiddos. They've got to be right in the school all the time and in the regular classroom setting as much as possible, and that's understandable. Good solid philosophy, good practice. But at the same time, some of them, by the time they get out of the car or the bus in the morning, go into a mode that many folks, unless you've seen some of the psychosis involved, you would not believe your eyes. That's a natural tension. So, what do you do to keep that youngster safe? I think Chapter 33 did a lot to organize that, if you will. I think both of these amendments, suggestions go in the same place. And I think that, in my opinion, Representative Lyman's recommendation does it with a little bit of a lighter hand on the tiller, if you will, allowing the department to move forward with some of the best practices that they're talking about and being able to do that through rulemaking process, make the necessary changes that we need to make. And lastly, I'll finish up with the data piece. Ms. Risler really nibbled around the edges, although we didn't have the chance to do a deep dive in that, but her comparison of the different states. I can tell you a story from my No Child Left Behind days when we had to report severe behavioral instances, dangerous behaviors, and SAD 4 had more dangerous behaviors than either Philadelphia or Washington, DC one year. And that opened my eyes to data collection. So we really need to be careful in those areas. So I would say that the best bet is to proceed with caution, go slowly with it, let the department do the work that they're capable of doing, and we'll all be the better for it.
Thank you. I had Representative Salisbury, Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused, and thank you, Representative Lyman. I agree. I think you sound like you're a super cool teacher. I'm just confused because I printed off the other day the chapter 33 to try to understand a little bit more about all of this and what the current rules state. And so it clearly states in there about seclusion that it's not meant to be used as punitive. It's not meant to just avoid destruction of property. And then it talks about restraint. So, and then in your bill, when I was reading the bottom, it says the finding that the current Chapter 33 rules are consistent with this newly elected session, and the Department of Education does not need to adopt new rules. So I'm not sure what the goal would be of your amendment.
Can I speak to that?
Yes.
So my understanding is that the amendment that I'm proposing is putting it into statute. It isn't presently in statute as well. And if I'm not clear with it, I welcome anybody to, if Ms. Rizla would want to speak to it so that I don't ratchet it. Thank you.
I can help out a little bit on this one, because a part of this comes from the concern that I raised about the lack of authority for the current rule, Chapter 33. And so my suggestion in terms of, from a drafting perspective, was that to put it in statute, you're putting in the department shall adopt rules. But in this case, which is a unique situation, you actually already have rules that are in place. And so that second section is essentially back-ending that rule and basically saying to the department that that rule meets this new statute. They don't need to go back and adopt new rules. So that bill essentially would put in the statutory authority, but would keep the status quo with the current chapter Rule 33 rules. I don't know if that confused it more for people,
no,
but essentially that's
sorry.
what's making it clear that they don't need to go back and do new rule making, but that the Chapter 33 that's currently in place is sufficient to meet this new statutory provision.
All right, can I just follow up on that, Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
That was
yes,
helpful.
thank you.
Thank you very much. That was helpful for me. And so then going back to Representative Millet's bill, talking about having the prohibition on seclusion and prohibiting the use of supine restraint is basically the gist of that. Representative Millet.
I didn't understand your question, Representative Salisbury. Sorry.
That's fine. I'm all set.
Thank you. I think I had Senator Woodson next.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'd like to hear from some of the individuals that work in this area. Primarily, I'd like to hear from the two women from the collaborative school in New Gloucester, Nicole and Laurel.
And in terms of anything specific, sir, or we just?
Well, what has been discussed here? How are they perceiving what we are discussing here and how it affects their ability to do their job?
And that was who?
Nicole and Laurie from the collaborative school in New Gloucester.
Thank you. If you could, Sam, both in the audience, you know?
Yes, Senator. Coming in right now. I
Thank
believe
you.
there's just a heads up. I think they're sharing the same computer or device.
It appears that way on screen.
Hi,
Hi.
it is Nicole and Lori from the Collaborative School. Thank you for inviting us in, and it's been very interesting to watch the proceedings. We absolutely appreciate, as you can imagine, the amendment that Representative Millet suggested in terms of allowing supine restraint, which, as we testified before, is what we use here at the Collaborative School. We don't use prone and supine.
No, seclusion.
Seclusion, sorry, thank you. And what we do know from the data, which I don't think we shared last time, was that the restraint in terms of developmentally with the children, we certainly see it decline. We do not use restraint in the high school unless it was a very, very dangerous situation that was, just beyond what one would imagine. So we have almost zero restraint in our high school, and similarly in the middle school, a lot less. So I point this out to say that allowing us to use restraint allows children to be in our environment rather than being sent home by the police, which I feel allows them to access their education rather to go to a higher restrictive setting. And the data shows that kids that get restrained, it's usually a few children. That some of kids that come here never ever get restrained. It's a few children that are highly traumatized that require that extensive support, and it tends to, or it does, decrease over the years that they're in our program. Absolutely. So just adding that, I do feel that the ban on seclusion, while it doesn't affect our program anymore, I thought that, we did hear excellent testimony about kiddos with intellectual disabilities, particularly autism, that at some points it's not safe for the child or the staff to be in the room with them. It doesn't calm them. And I worry that the inability to use seclusion for kiddos in just that area might result in more medication, chemical restraint, where they would have more IMs, is what they call it, to
And I think residential treatment, because level 2 kids with autism level 2, they're just like us. They've used everything that they can think of to work with them when they're dysregulated. And so sometimes kids on the spectrum do better without someone in the room with them to calm down. And they make sure that the room is safe, et cetera, et cetera. And I monitored. There's always somebody outside. At least that's my understanding from any programs that I see that use seclusion. But thank you for allowing the supine.
But I am gonna, so the supine, I understood that piece, but the rest of it, you were talking about situations that you folks, if you were in need of restraint, you can use it, correct?
Right.
But beyond that, the students you were referring to aren't in your program currently, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
We do not use
Thank you.
not use seclusion.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
One of my questions to Representative Millette was seclusion. And I believe her bill excludes that. I would like to hear from somebody in the waiting room, if there is anyone, who feels that seclusion is a verified approach to helping these kids get through the day. I don't know who's in the waiting room, so I can't say X, Y, or Z.
Senator Woodson.
Mr. Chair,
Excuse
we
me.
have Bear Shea in the waiting room from the department. I think that given he's the clinical director from the real school before he came to the department, could answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if I agree that he is the one who is working day in and day out, as Mr. Representative Roach.
Senator Woodson. I mean,
Yes.
if I could, we have a student in our high school program whose brother was tried in lots of different programs, and he is now in a residential program in New Hampshire. And so I do think that if you ban seclusion, that's going to be, I don't know how some programs are going to manage some of their this is a very large child. And I say child, even though he's a teenager, because developmentally, he is very young, and it's difficult to teach kids with cognitive limitations who are also developmentally so young, sometimes when they are super dysregulated, they don't even understand their own power and strength. And so even though we don't have it here, I've witnessed it through his brother being unsuccessful, and now he lives out of state.
Thank you. I think Senator Woodson was looking for someone with specifics. I would invite, I'm sorry, Representative Millette. What was the name of the fellow that was in the audience?
Yes, it's Bear Shea, and he is the current mental health school counseling specialist at the Maine Department of Education. And to be clear to Senator Woodson's concern about actually having been in the classroom, up until 2019, he was in their schools at the real school. So I think that he has direct experience and very recent experience as well. So I think he can provide some insight into this issue. Thank you.
And is he in the room, Sam?
Yes, Senator, one moment.
Thank you.
Should be entering now, Senator.
Thank you. I'm missing him somewhere. Oh, good afternoon,
Chair and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee.
Sir, I'm guessing that you were able to hear our conversation.
Yes, I was listening.
And if you could address the concern specifically in terms of the restraint, we'd appreciate it.
So I as far as the restraint,
I'm sorry, restraint. That was my error. It was more in terms of the seclusion, I believe.
So seclusion. Some of the population that we were talking about, where seclusion has been used, or is where we're talking about where some people think it might be appropriate, is, particularly with a small population of students who really require a higher level of care. And that can be for multiple things. It can be cognitive, it could be behavioral. But what we know about the research in general around seclusion is that it's, and this is a broad base of research that has existed for, years and years and years, that shows that seclusion is not an effective way to, as a behavior change. It is not an effective way to regulate students. It's not a break. It's not a timeout. It's not, which again, under Chapter 33, those things are not part of what seclusion is. And that seclusion and restraint should be limited only in the utmost of emergency situations. And just like we use a seatbelt if you're going to be in a car accident. And while the seatbelt might keep you safer, the seatbelt is still going to do damage to you. And so when we look at things like restraint and seclusion, the reason that they are emergency procedures is because when we put children into restraints and seclusion, it causes some harm. And that's the piece that we need to look at. And so when we're looking at numbers and the amount of times that these are being used and the situations they're being used in, no matter what the intent behind their usage, we are looking at reducing those numbers as close to zero as possible, because we want to reduce that harm to students. There are many different best practices that are indicated to show significant reductions in restraint and seclusion. And our special perfect private schools, they have the expertise and training. They've been doing this for a long time. They've worked really hard to keep those numbers low. And while they may be showing higher numbers themselves, they have the expertise and the resources and the training and the culture. And so that's something we know they're working with, students that require a high level of care. What we're seeing in other areas, schools don't have the same resources, they don't have the same training or the same supports. And so there is a disproportionate difference in how students are treated across the state.
Thank you, sir. Senator Woodson, does that answer your question, sir?
Well, it creates more questions, if I may ask Bear Shea a question. So you're saying that you would like to see seclusion reduced to 0. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we would want to reduce any emergency procedure to as close to 0 as possible.
And how is that achieved?
Through systemic change, looking at the entire system and not just reacting, sort of in the moment. Sometimes we get caught in this behavior has elevated to this point, and so we're responding in this way. What I can tell you is that this is the resolution of this is not simple. That the best practices indicated to be able to address and reduce this it's a significant undertaking for schools to take on. It's a significant amount of training. It's a significant amount of resources. This is an area I have a lot of experience and professional, time put in, as well as, these students. This is my population of students that I work with and specialize in, are the most students that have had, have struggled in being successful in schools, so it's not an easy undertaking, and these interventions exist, and there's something that we're working on providing resources and technical support through our schools, through the department to our schools.
So it's if I may, it's going to take time, and it's going to take especially training. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's a good place to start, certainly.
Okay. And does Representative Millet's bill allow that?
I can't speak to the specifics of what the bill will and won't allow. We've had these resources and best practices for a decade or more. These approaches have existed, and whether or not schools are using them comes down to that choice of what the school thinks is best for its students. However, if we're using restraint and seclusion as a common practice, as a reaction to students' behaviors, that means that we're not putting the interventions in place to change those behaviors and reduce those numbers. And so how are we getting to a place where, restraint and seclusion works to address a behavior in a specific instance? It doesn't work to actually change that behavior, improve the situation. And so there are interventions that work, that show that change, and that can be implemented.
Yeah, okay. And if I may, though, it's how does one address the immediate need of seclusion or whatever? I mean, I just don't see how it's educationally and behaviorally and physically safe to just ban something, bang, it's gone. The teachers have lost a process that is best for that situation. Just to cut it off, I just don't understand that. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Senator. What's best for that situation, what we need to start doing is what's best before that situation, and making sure that those things are in place to reduce that use. Again, if we're going to get into an accident, a seatbelt will be there to keep us safer. It will also do us harm, but really the best practice is, being the best driver you can, driving in the safest place, and having that experience, having all of that training beforehand.
Thank you.
Representative McCray, you have had your hand up a long time. I was thinking it goes back. I don't know if you have a question or you're just waiting.
I'm just waiting to make a motion when it's appropriate, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I believe we are Representative Millet, Representative Lyman, Representative Stearns, and Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be very clear about a change to my amendment, Ms. Risler. I did not mean to fully remove 1H4, just simply remove the prohibition of supine. Just to be very clear, because I think upon reflection, I may not have said it quite like that. And then lastly, it occurred to me that I think I heard Representative Lyman say that this shouldn't be about politics and party. And I want to assure my good colleagues on this committee that I never viewed this and never thought that it would be viewed in that way. I think one of the biggest joys of serving on the Education Committee is that 9 times out of 10, our conversations are always coming from the place of what's best for children. I assume that in all of us, and I assume that for this conversation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Lyman, followed by Representative Stearns and Representative Sampson. You might be muted, Representative Lyman.
No, when notifications come up, my screen, I can't hit my unmute button. And so actually, there's a couple things that I want to talk to, and thank you, Representative Millette, but I have to say that my point was not about completely the political party aspect. My point was about stepping out of particular pair of shoes. And although I have to say that I'm brand new at this, and I wouldn't be completely honest if I didn't feel like we deal with some partisan issues kind of regularly as we take this journey as an education committee. And I found that disheartening. But my particular comment in regards to this bill had everything to do with just stepping out of one pair of shoes and into another. And some of the other testimony that Mr. Shea shared, I was concerned when there was the comment made about it reacting to a moment. That is not at all the experience that I have witnessed and had to deal with. It's about doing what needed to be done at a very at-risk time for a child for their safety. And teachers, and I have to speak to public school, although I know folks that teach in private school and other educational settings have actually lots of training, certainly not to the degree of a mental health person, but we work on the positive behavior intervention system. We have child study teams. If a child ever goes through restraint or seclusion, that work is done in such a caring way. That's just the beginning of trying to sit down as a group of folks that will interact with that child every day of the school year to come up with a plan to stay, as Mr. Shea said, exactly one step ahead of them. But if you're in a school setting, and I could give you so many stories, and I won't do that to you, but you can have a child that we do responsive classroom and we have classroom meetings, and you can have a child that is right there participating, and it is as quick as a light switch when all of a sudden I've stepped back before and I have huge relationships with these guys, and I actually can bring them back, usually, not always, to a place where they're in control, but it is as quick as a switch that you've lost them. And I just feel like, I don't know, I don't want this to be anything more than my need to talk to you folks today was about that terrible time. And if you've been in the classroom and you've looked at them face to face when they've lost control and you don't want them hurt and you don't want others hurt, school personnel need to be able to keep them safe. And so I get worried when I hear some of these statements about it's a reaction to a moment. Well, it's actually trying to stop from any harm occurring. And training, absolutely. I never stopped training, even to the 2 weeks before I retired. And dealing with behavioral and emotional needs of children, that training will be ongoing for as long as people are offering education to kids. You're not going to get an argument from me there. I am concerned. I think Mr. Senator Woodson talked about it, that I'm fearful of our kiddos in that real state of emergency in a public school setting when they need their needs met to keep them from harm. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Stearns followed by Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question for Mr. Shea, and then a brief comment, if I may. Mr. Shea, I know there's some very strict reporting required in Chapter 33, I believe. If a student was in a restraint, every 10 minutes, someone has to reauthorize the continuation of that restraint, et cetera. But my specific question is in regard to seclusion. Does the paperwork actually have a sign off where an administrator or lead teacher would say this, the student was in imminent danger of hurting him or herself or others? Is that currently on that type of paperwork or not? And I'm not asking because I know, I truly don't know.
Yeah, Chapter 33 has done a really good job of trying to be very specific in what it's looking for. There is a really specific part on incident reporting and documentation. I believe it's under Section 8. And where it really goes through sort of what are the specific pieces that need to be recorded, and then how is that provided to parents, and then really what are the specifics, what are the interventions that were used, and that there's an entire debriefing piece required as well. So Chapter 33, through that pretty significant process that led to the creation of this rule, really outlines those things specifically. And like was mentioned before, was really designed to reduce seclusion and restraint by being very specific in the language, and by making sure that emergency situations where a child is about to run into the street, or that if two kids are in a fight, and you have to grab onto them and separate the fight, like that's not restraint. It really specifically goes through and tries to spell that out and differentiate how that looks. So that's all spelled out in the rule.
So I guess a quick follow-up. So in a review of those on seclusion specifically, do we have data that says 40% of the time this is used in a situation that is not threatening to the student or to others, teachers or other students? Have we broken that down?
I would hope that isn't the case, because that is what needs to be met for, we are looking for it of being that level of threat and that level of emergency, and that is the ideal practice. And when Representative Lyman's talking about that, caring and wanting to protect students and keep them safe, that is Chapter 33 at its ideal, at its, that this is a last resort. And what we know is that that's not the experience for all students. And that's not the experience, in lots of situations, and that our numbers are significantly are at the significant sort of level that they are, because the use can become normalized, and that's special purpose private schools really do the work to try and have that training and experience and understanding, and we don't have that same level in our public schools. And again, having worked in a public school, having worked with, some of the most at-risk youth in our state, without the use of restraint and seclusion, I know that it's something that can be done. It is very difficult. It is a heavy lift, and it is a shift in how we work with these students that is required. It's why those best practices have existed as long as they have, and haven't always been able to be adopted. So.
Excellent. I appreciate the answer. And now my comment, I guess, and it kind of plays back on some of the pieces Senator Woodson talked about, is that is a tremendous goal. And there's no doubt about it. It's going to take significant resources, both human capital and fiscal resources, in order to meet those needs. And I'm thinking particularly of rural situations far away from special and private schools, where there's just not enough volume for them to make a nonprofit, if you will, no pun intended, on their business model. It just doesn't work for them. I fear that if that tool, hopefully we could get rid of it with rulemaking down the road, but if that tool is yanked away, I see police, EMTs entering the building because of a violent situation. We have no place to put the person. We can't seclude them. What are we going to do? Or decisions made where someone needs to go far from home in order to get that type of specialized programming, and far from home usually isn't good either. But anyway, you've been very helpful, and I appreciate your professional look at all this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have hands up, Representative Sampson and Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shea. So I just want to correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that you had come to the DOE having spent numerous years in a special purpose private school. Isn't that correct?
No, the real school was a public school. It was part of first Wyndham and then Brunswick. So it was a day treatment level program where it
okay,
served
that's what I'm talking about.
students from across the state, across southern Maine, that would be in that level of treatment.
But it's a little bit different than what you're dealing with in the everyday public school system.
So the students that I had in that program, and that's just my experience in that program. My professional experience before that is working with students on the autism spectrum that are in schools, working to help provide training to special purpose private schools and public schools that are looking to reduce their restraint and seclusion and engage with best practices. That was before my work as a clinical director.
Okay, well, that's helpful to know. Thank you. You had made a comment, and I'm just trying to step back and look at the big picture here. You made a comment basically stating that we hope to have no, if possible, we're going to remove all need for seclusion. However, if we can't, what happens when it's not possible? And that's the sort of the fly in the ointment here. And I'm concerned that we're sort of throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Training needs to happen continuously because there's always more people coming, there's more teachers, there's more knowledge, all of that has to continue. But why would we remove tools from staff to keep children safe, an individual child overreacting safe, and the staff safe? So my question specifically to you, sir, is what is the harm of adding this amendment, Representative Lyman's amendment specifically, to statute? And why would that be harmful?
I would have to spend a little bit more time just really looking at the amendment. I'm sorry, only because I haven't had a chance to actually look at Representative Lyman's amendment.
It's a couple of sentences added to statute.
Yep. So I would need, what I can say is that, so the use of seclusion just in Maine, it's already like we've heard from the two presenters just earlier today that the special purpose private school, they do not use seclusion because it's as far as treatment wise, it's something that's not successful. It's something that doesn't meet what they are trying to provide as far as needs and supports for those students. We know that residential settings do not use seclusion. As a best practice, it is a tool that may remain, in practice, but it doesn't mean that there aren't significantly better tools now that would make it possibly obsolete. It doesn't mean that anytime we're going to put any type of chain system in place, we're going to see a disruption. It's going to cause difficulty. That is the nature of providing a different way. It doesn't mean that, like I said, we've had schools in Maine that have instituted these best practices where we've seen those numbers drop to near zero for restraint. For seclusion, again, it's something that hasn't shown to be something that needs to be required.
Just a quick follow-up. With all due respect, sir, you're talking about schools that have eliminated this, that have a specific paradigm. This is the whole environment that they work in. In a public school, it's completely different. It's a little more random. And why can't these teachers and staff have this resource? Why are we tying their hands? I would be horrified, and I have witnessed these things. I would be horrified to have to be a teacher watching a child lose it and be able to have really the ultimate, just settle down, here's a quiet space for you, have that removed. I mean, that's a horrifying thought. So I don't understand why the amendment that Representative Lyman has presented, which is very simple, it's so simple, why that can't be added in as statute and then continue with all this other stuff. There's no problem with that. But I don't understand, it doesn't make sense. We're separating, well, we're lumping all of this together when you're actually talking about certain schools that their entire program is designed for these children who have these concerns and issues. And then you're lumping that together with a public school that it's a totally homogenous group. And I just think that's very unrealistic. And I think it's very unfair, and it's totally limiting the scope that all these professionals find themselves in. And I find that handicaps them. So that's my little
Thank you,
rant.
Representative Sanderson. Actually, the schools that I was talking about that have reduced those numbers are public schools. Like I said, the special purpose private schools, they have that expertise. The schools I was talking about are just our everyday average districts where they have been able to reduce those numbers. And I think, when we're talking about seclusion, allowing students to be safe, I think that that's a misnomer. I think, again, seatbelts keep us safer. They don't keep us safe in an accident. They're going to provide harm. There are students that have died in other states because of seclusion. And I've worked with students who have had broken arms, fingers, have gotten serious bodily harm, being carried to in a restraint to a seclusion room. When you talk about students being, having a place to calm down, that's not seclusion. It doesn't fall under our Chapter 33. When we're talking about seclusion, we're talking about students that are being, against their will, moved to a space and kept in that space behind a closed door, or unwilling or not being allowed to leave that space.
Okay.
And so that's where seclusion is different than that timeout, different than, walking with a student down the hall and saying, hey, we're going to take a break and move to this space where you can calm down. That's not seclusion. Seclusion is
well, in all due respect, sir, I mean, I have dealt with many, many children, and I have never seen a child who has a temper tantrum be rational for 1 second and isn't going to want to go where you want them to go. They are going to go unwillingly, but you're trying to protect them. You can't reason with an unreasonable mind. It's just the bottom line. And so I just don't understand why we're going to remove this option from the table. Every school is different. If a school can set it up the way you've said, great, that could be a goal to work towards, but why eliminate this now?
I agree that that's exactly what's going on when students are dysregulated, is that they're not in a rational state. And it's important to have that training for adults to make sure that we stay in that rational state during that procedure. And that's why having that training and understanding is really important. And yeah, there are lots of ways to handle dysregulated brains, and there are best practice ways to do that. And we know that, putting a student into a secluded space, even if they appear to calm down, it doesn't mean that they're regulated. They can go from that fight or flight space into a freeze or submit space, and they're still dysregulated at the same level or even more than. And so that when we're returning them to the classroom, it may appear that they are, sort of in a calm place, but really they're just, still dysregulated and trying to get through. So there is a lot of nuance to this. And again, the understanding, is something I would love to spend more and more time talking about, but There are best practice ways of doing this and of not using restraint or seclusion at all and working with these students. I know it because I've done it for many years in the classroom with those students, year after year, blow up after blow up, working with students without restraint or seclusion.
Thank you. I have Senator Woodson followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could request Sam, is a Matt Siegel of Maine Health in the waiting room?
Yes, Senator.
Was that a yes?
Yes, Senator. Sorry.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yeah.
The muffle. I'd like to call, Mr. Chair, I'd like to call Matt Siegel from Maine Health to ask him a question.
Yes, if you would, Sam.
All right. Okay, joining us now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. We have a question. I'm assuming that you've been able to listen. Senator Woodson has a question for you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Senator.
Okay, thank you for being here. Could you refresh my memory on what your job is?
Sure. I'm the Vice President for Medical Affairs for the Developmental Disorders Service line of Maine Behavioral Health Care, which is a member of Maine Health. And we, among other things, run 3 special purpose private schools that treat children with autism and developmental disabilities, almost all of whom have serious, significant, challenging behaviors.
Okay, thank you. And have you been listening to this discussion this afternoon?
I have.
Okay. And what has your experience been like in the use of seclusion or no seclusion?
So I think the thing that's been raised here by multiple people is that this is an incredibly complicated, nuanced area. And the problem with the bill that we reviewed last week as amended from Representative Millett is that it is a broad brush bill. We've already heard today there are very important distinctions between developmentally delayed children, non-developmentally delayed children, public schools, and special purpose private schools, where we have significant training around these issues, public schools that may or may not have access to that training. And so this is just not, frankly, an issue that can be, I think, effectively dealt with a piece of legislation that is broad brush, and it's hard for legislation to not be. And that's why I pointed last week to Chapter 33, which is a set of regulations that go on for pages that go into great detail about the nuances here. And so I think that's why I think a legislative remedy here is not the way to go. What we all want is reduction of seclusion and restraint. The way to get there is training, education, best practices, refining rules. It is not to eliminate tools, as some of the representatives said. And I will just say that if this bill passed as written, we will see children unable to access their education, because we have children in our schools who we do an enormous amount of work with, minute to minute, hour to hour, to try to help them function and receive their education and help them stay safe. And we will not be able to serve them, because without some of these tools, utilizing, I would say, many of the best practices already, I don't think we could have them here, because we won't be able to keep our staff safe and the children safe. And so they will not be able to attend here anymore, potentially, because I'm not going to call the police, because that has resulted in a lot of significant problems for people with autism, developmental disabilities, including death. So calling the police is not an option, in my view, for a dysregulated, developmentally delayed child. So therefore, we will have to simply not serve many of these children, and I'm not sure what will happen to them. And I really do think that will be the outcome if this bill passes as is. And so to answer your question, really the main difference between Chapter 33 and this bill is the elimination of the option of seclusion. And I think that that is not a wise choice, because there are children where that is a safer option than restraint. And so it is removing a tool that is potentially helpful with certain children in certain situations. And as you can see by my certain and certain, this is a very nuanced, difficult area that I just don't think a legislative remedy can adequately address, at least as written.
Okay, and to follow up on your concern, have you had a chance to read Representative Lyman's amendment? Would that help the situation, in your opinion?
I wish I had that chance, Senator. I have not seen it, and I'm not sure how to access it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I have Representative Millette followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple of things. Mr. Siegel, it's my understanding that seclusion is not permitted for main care children in group homes. So, and you're telling me that you're running a program in a hospital setting that does allow seclusion. Can you tell me how it's different from group homes?
So we run programs in the community, special purpose private schools, and one in a hospital. And so it's quite different than a group home in that, first of all, we fall under different rules, but second, the acuity of the people the children we're treating is typically higher than those who are in a group home. And we are presenting them with a much greater challenge in receiving an education in these school settings than typically the challenges they're facing in a group home, where they're as they say, task demands are typically much lower.
So I guess you've heard the discussion about how seclusion is not a best practice in most cases. What is an alternative solution?
Well, I'm not sure where I'm not clear where the statement "it's not a best practice" come from. It's certainly not a desired practice, but I'm not aware of where a citation that shows that or a study that shows it's not a best practice. But the alternative is, so the situations that we deal with we've already done all the positive support. We have a highly individualized behavior plan. We've done all the communication support. We have backed away. We have done de-escalation. We have done everything you would want to see done. And the 250-pound 17-year-old child is still persistently aggressing, hitting, trying to injure staff for whatever reason, and it's not their fault. And I'm talking about a developmentally delayed person. And then if one, to attempt to try to protect oneself, it engages in a physical restraint of any kind, and that child does not calm and becomes even more dangerous in the restraint, and you're having to bring in more and more people to do it. In that situation, after you've seen that a few times, you might draw the conclusion that when that child reaches that point, it's safer for them to go into seclusion, where they don't have other people, they don't have people holding on to their body. And so that's why seclusion in some instances is a safer option than physical restraint. It is not a safer option. So this is where the nuances come in. If a child has self-injury, you don't use seclusion, right? And for many other reasons, you may not use seclusion. And that's why one of the many reasons why a special purpose private school, while not all are equal, many are very skilled and put a lot of thought and effort into exactly how they're utilizing particular tool for a particular child, a different tool for a different child. But the point I wanted to make is that this is only happening, Representative, at least in our schools, after all the positive strategies you would want to see have already been tried and implemented. This is an absolute last resort. And that's why this child is in the school. And the next stop for them is to simply live at home and have no education, which is what ultimately happens if we can't help them.
Just one more question, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. Help me understand how a group home is less restrictive than a day program.
A group home is less restricted than a.
I believe that's what you said earlier.
I don't think I said that. What I said is the acuity of what goes on is higher in a special purpose private school than in a group home or a temporary residential treatment, because they're being challenged in ways that are not typically there in a group home or a residential treatment. In other words, educating someone asks more of them than living in a home. And so it's a well-known thing in the field that the rate of behavior you're going to see is greater in an educational setting, because we're placing demands on the person. You can't learn without some kind of demand placed on you. The demand might be, please color this sheet of paper. When I say demand, it could be very minimal, but that's still a demand. That's a lot more the demand than sit on the couch and watch TV.
So children in group homes are not getting educated?
It's not the group home's function to educate children. Education happens primarily at school. So that's the school's function. And so the demands, I'm just saying that on average, the demands are significantly higher at school because that's our job, to educate them.
But they are receiving treatment in the group home, correct?
I don't know what they're receiving in any particular group home, but it is, for children, it is supposed to be a treatment setting. It's referred to as intensive temporary residential treatment, ITRT.
Intensive. Thank you.
That is what it's supposed to be, Representative.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if it would be possible to have Hillary post Representative Lyman's amendment. The committee had the privilege, if you will, of getting that via email, but others have not had that opportunity.
Yeah, I was actually just checking to see on that site if it had been posted yet, and it doesn't look like it has, but it should be soon. But I can also pull it up for the committee if you would like me to on the screen share.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move LD 1373 as amended by Representative Millette ought to pass. And I would like to speak to my motion.
And yes, sir, you may speak.
Did you get it? I
Yeah.
don't know. I didn't know. You have a second? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. I did not. I'll wait for that. Do I have a second? I do see a hand up. Representative Salisbury, seconded, sir. But you wanted
Thank you,
to
Mr.
speak
Chair.
to your motion?
Yes, I do. Very briefly, what I find, and the part that I do like about the group at large, left, right, top, bottom, left, all over, is that everybody is concerned about this and is concerned especially when that kid blows up, when there is a disaster impending or happening. And I think no matter which direction you go on this thing, I think it's been addressed. Representative Millette brought in a bill. It needed some work, and she was perfectly willing and capable of doing that. She has modified it more than once. It has evolved, and I think it's a better bill now than it started out. I think it's something that we should take very seriously and a good look at it. And it does address very clearly, right from the get-go, the case where there is impending doom and people are at risk. So that's why I'm pleased to make this motion and will support it in my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's been a motion by Representative McCray ought to pass as amended. It was seconded by Representative Salisbury. I'm going to move the vote. Seeing no hands, and ask that Mr. Baker, if you would be kind enough, sir, to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes, ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry.
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Senator Woodson.
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray. Oh, you're muted. Representative McCray.
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. That's okay. Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns.
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson.
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman.
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach.
No.
Representative Roach votes no. All right, Senator. So it is, the vote is 8-5, 8 in favor of the motion.
If I might, the minority report would be the amendment as presented by Representative Lyman.
So ought to pass as amended by Representative Lyman. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Sam, as well. Hillary, thanks for helping us out. And so let's close the work session on LD 13. I lost the number already. Imagine that. I've been at this for a while. 1373. Thank you. And I believe our next session will be relative to LD 1502, which is an act to clarify safety issues in schools with respect to health-related states of emergency. And I will give the floor to you once again, Ms. Rizla.
All right. So as Senator Rafferty said, this is LD 1502. This bill requires school superintendents during a health-related state of emergency pursuant to Title 37-B, Chapter 13, Subchapter 2, which the link is there, to comply with any health-related executive orders and proclamations made by the governor and any directives and guidance issued by the director of the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention within the Department of Health and Human Services. And while the state of emergency is in effect, send a monthly report to the director of the Maine CDC, copy to the school board on all the steps the school administrative unit is taking to comply with any health-related executive order, proclamation, directive, or guidance. This bill also requires, specific to the COVID-19 pandemic, that superintendents to communicate to every school and facility within the SAU the definitions of deep cleaning and sanitizing issued or approved by Maine CDC, and ensure all surfaces and areas are cleaned and sterilized in a manner determined adequate by the CDC, ensure ventilation systems in a school or facility is adequate, ensure that all staff, students, and others with SAUs are properly wearing PPE, and report compliance of such to the director of the Maine CDC. The committee heard testimony from proponents of the bill that there has been discrepancy and inconsistency in how districts across the state interpret the definitions of deep cleaning versus sanitizing as related to CDC directions. That the objectives of the bill are to ensure consistency across the state and ensure adequate ventilation. The vast majority of districts have done a phenomenal job of following CDC requirements, but there have been reported instances where some requirements were followed less strictly and less carefully than others. And had there been recording requirements, much of the worry and stress would have been greatly reduced. There was no testimony in opposition, but testifying neither for nor against, you heard that schools have complied with requirements and there doesn't need to be a mandate to have administrators provide reports to the CDC or their school boards. That there is also already a protocol in place when there's a school outbreak to communicate to the CDC through the school nurse. Current best practices in school emergency management necessitate that each school and district develop and utilize a collaborative planning team to ensure they are following emergency directives, and that team should be continually operational, not only during a state of emergency. And that the reporting process in the mill may create a fiscal impact at the state and local levels, as the SAUs and the CDC may need to hire staff to manage monthly report compliance. I would just note that the bill does include an emergency preamble, which requires the 2/3 vote. The committee did request some information or data on the number of incidents on non-compliance during the pandemic. I did reach out to the Department of Education, and I didn't get any specific data, but the department did indicate that the commissioner and deputy commissioner have been meeting weekly throughout the pandemic with regional superintendent groups to provide support, guidance, and problem-solving support to ensure the health and safety of students and staff. And that Emily Poland, who is in the department, Commissioner Macon, and the deputy commissioner are also continually attending daily briefings with the Maine CDC. In addition, in late November, the department deployed cadre of school nurses to support contract tracing and provide technical assistance, and that the department's Maine School Safety Center has also provided ongoing training and support to ensure districts and schools are effectively implementing the emergency operation plans. That community members, families, students, and staff are also able to reach out to the department for support by emailing their legislative and constituent support specialist. And finally, that the department and Maine School Safety Center are there to help the schools respond and recover from the hazards and threats, as well as the assisting in the adherence of the relevant orders addressing any specific emergency or crisis. And I did just read that from an email I received from Chelsea Fortin Trimble in the department during our last work session, and I am happy to forward that as soon as I have a chance if the committee would like it. I do not have a preliminary fiscal impact statement yet. However, you did hear some testimony regarding increase in maybe some additional necessary expenditures for the monthly reporting. And as the committee knows, if this bill happens to both expand or modify a local unit of government's activities so as to necessitate additional expenditures, then you could be looking at a potential state mandate.
Thank you, Hillary. Any questions, folks, relative to Hillary's analysis of 1502? No questions. Any discussion? Yes, sir. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really, my question is not for Ms. Risler, but for the sponsor, Representative Gramlich. And during the public hearing, there was just a little bit of discussion that, you know, clearly this bill was submitted in January with the idea of emergency. Some of the science and other things have changed since January. Deep cleaning and surface transmission of coronavirus is now taken on a different shape. We did also examine a bill from Representative Millette that had to do with ventilation. So I was just wondering what your thinking about the bill is at this particular point.
Thank you, Senator Brennan, and thank you all for your hard work. It's been a long day for you, and I do need to pop off for a 3 o'clock pretty soon. But yes, this actually was crafted last winter, and certainly the science has has advanced since then. So I'm more than happy to strip the emergency preamble from the bill. That is actually fine. But the idea is, in the event that there are future public health emergencies, that there be some consistency across the board in terms of how we are responding to assuring that the environment is clean and that the air quality is adequate. The bottom line is we want to get these kiddos back in school in the safest way possible. And so I had been working pretty closely with the Maine Education Association to work on some language to address this. But I'm certainly happy to work with the committee in whichever way the committee deems appropriate. And thank you also, Representative Brennan, for pointing out the piece about the ventilation system. I think that's an important component regardless of whether or not we have a public health emergency. To be able to, if we can get that through Representative Millet's bill, that's perfectly acceptable from my standing, but I did want to assure that it was at least discussed with 1502. And I do know also John Kosinski from Maine Education Association could very well be in your waiting room, and he can certainly speak some to this as well.
Thank you. Is Mr. Kosinski in the room? Sam?
I know that he has the link, Senator, but he's not currently with us right now. He might be tied up in a different meeting.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions, folks, at this time?
Senator, Mr. Kosinski
Yes.
just texted me and told me that he was on his way to your waiting room. Maybe he's lost in cyberspace.
Nope,
Okay.
he's here. He's here now, Representative, just as you read off that text message. Would you
Thank
like
you.
me to? Would you like me to bring him in, Senator?
Please, and we'll fill them in on where we're at.
Hello, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Excellent. I'm sorry, I did miss the conversation prior.
That's okay. So we're just getting started on 1502. And there was a question about, in terms of if there were any thoughts relative to the bill today, as it seems as though it was somewhat scripted more about what has happened during the pandemic. And so, and then Representative Gremlett did strip the emergency preamble and was said that she was looking for consistency in the event of a future issue that we might encounter. Hopefully we won't, but we all know, you know, that's potential. So the question was whether or not you had any thoughts or wanted to make a response relative to 1502 at this time.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for inviting me on. Grace Levitt from MEA handled the testimony for this. And in our testimony, we stated that in particular, we've had issue where we haven't seen uniform compliance with the safety requirements. And in particular, what I think this bill is trying to address, and Grace mentioned this in her testimony, was really the lack of enforcement. And the state is limited in what it can do to help enforce safety requirements in this pandemic or perhaps in the next pandemic. So our support for it was really based on our experience over the past several months with schools and the need to say that if there are going to be future emergency actions by the governor in particular to try to protect students and educators, we would hope that that everyone will be doing what they can to try to enforce them and to make sure that they're being adhered to. So I hope that was helpful, sir, and I'm not sure I can add much more at this point.
It was. I do have a question by Representative Millet, followed by Representative Brennan. I'm not sure they're specific to you, but I will give them the opportunity. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is for the sponsor as well. because I do think that perhaps section 2 is not necessarily required at this point. Wondering if you would be amenable to us amending it to just section 1.
Thank you, Representative Millet. I'm certainly receptive, but I'm wondering if the committee might entertain maybe striking out the language relative to COVID and pandemic and maybe inserting any public health emergency, because I think that way it gives both the committee and the department some latitude in being nimble in the event that a similar situation, certainly hopefully not as dreadful as what we've been through for the past 18 months, but if there's any kind of a public health event that requires such, you'll have the language embedded into statute if need be.
Thank you.
Chair, may I have a follow-up? I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Looking at the bill, so were you talking about removing pandemic and COVID from the first section? Because I don't.
Yeah, I was reading section 2, Representative Millet, under.
Yeah, that's not statute though. That's on unallocated language.
Okay.
At least that's my understanding. Ms. Risler, if I'm wrong, please correct me.
That's correct. Section 1 of the bill, which is underlined, that's the statutory provision. And the second section is unallocated as one-time language specific to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Representative Millet's question and also possibly a question to Mr. Kaczynski. It's also in the analysis that this could potentially be a mandate. And if that were the case, it would either require state funding and or an override mandate. Had you given any consideration to that?
Was that for me, Senator?
Yes.
Yes.
Representative? That's a great question because as it reads, I believe it's prospective. So I struggle to see how a mandate could apply because I could see it as a mandate, but at the same time, we're unclear what the next pandemic would look like or what the next level of health and safety requirements for schools could be. So it seems I'm perplexed by the question, to be honest with you.
Well, it probably the analysis was probably done on the bill as written, not prospectively.
That's a fair point, sir.
Yep. Okay.
Yes, sir. Representative Brennan, you have a thought you had a follow-up.
I'm okay.
Yeah. Any additional questions, folks, at this time? Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a question as a comment that I believe this piece of legislation is far, far overreaching. And I refer particularly to the piece that says that school units would have to comply with guidance. The state of Maine is a huge geographical area. Last spring, the school that is 1 mile from my house shut down. Nobody went there at all for weeks on end. And there were 0 cases of COVID-19 in the entire county where we live for a long time, a very long time. And I said to myself, how on earth, what's the exit strategy for the local school board who it was their decision to do that, despite lots of pressure, if you will, from above? It's ultimately the local school board's decision whether to have that school open or not. And they appoint the superintendent of schools to do that work. So guidance, I could see an outbreak of some type happening in Presque Isle, and there would be quite an uproar if Cumberland County, based on some statewide guidance, were asked to close all their schools because something was happening up in far north of Aroostook. I think that under the circumstances, the schools have done a tremendous job. The department has done a fabulous job of coordinating the efforts under dire circumstances. And I see this piece of legislation as far overreaching. In the case of a executive order, that's an executive order. There isn't any ifs, ands, or buts. If the governor orders it, the schools are going to be closed, or that you're going to do this procedure, you're going to do it. That's in line. So I won't be supporting the bill as written.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks, from the group? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Senator. I'm wondering if Mr. Kaczynski can just give his perspective on the compliance piece where the Maine Education Association has that really 60,000 foot view of what's happening statewide.
Okay, Senator Rafferty?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, I think, I mean, just listening to Representative Stearns, I think that was the reason for the bill, because it says very clearly it has to be under a state of emergency. And in this situation where we found ourselves for the past year now, we've seen a series of directives come forward from the department, and sometimes called guidance. And it's the guidance to keep schools safe. And these are the things we need to do: 3 feet of distance, masking. And it's been quite entailed. But that's what the state and the CDC is recommending or guiding or directing, in some cases, the districts to do to keep everybody safe. But that hasn't been evenly applied across the state. And people have a different understanding of what guidance means and how it's interpreted, which is sort of more of the reason for the bill, I think, to prevent what we've seen over the past years, where there's been such uneven application of the directives of the state during a pandemic state of emergency. I hope that was what Representative Gramlich was looking for.
Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you. This question for Mr. Kaczynski. What evidence do you have that the schools have not been in compliance as far as cleaning and one thing and another?
Tremendous. So we have done a number of things here, sir, to try. I mean, the number one mechanism that we have used is, I will say, MEA and Maine School Management have perhaps the best working relationship I've seen in my many years here. And the first step we always do is, when these issues arise, we take them often to Eileen King, and she talks with the administration on her side. And many times we're finding it gets resolved there. But there have been plenty of situations across the state. We consider that step one. Step two is we have encouraged, in some cases, for our members to contact the DECD line, because we could register complaints through the DECD reporting mechanism. There have been, that could be a FOA request, as I understand, but there have been plenty of complaints made through the DECD line, which I understand then get routed to the Department of Education, and the Department of Education reaches out to those districts and say, hey, we've got 8 teachers from your district who have said ABC, what's going on? And oftentimes there's a resolution there. There's also ways, you know, our commissioner also often convenes what we call the alphabet soup of Maine School Management and Maine superintendents. And oftentimes we have these conversations there about particular areas where things are not being adhered to. But there are plenty of places, sir, where despite all of that, the educators continue to have concerns about the distancing, about mask wearing, about the key protocols, sanitizing, washing of hands, those kinds of things. But there is plenty of evidence, Senator Woodson, across the state of problems with adherence and compliance.
So this is a hotline that people can call in and state their concerns?
Yes, sir. So since for many months now, the Department of Economic and Community Development has had lines available where any individual Maine citizen or anybody could call in if a restaurant wasn't meeting the compliance requirements, or if and they also applied to schools. So if you were a school employee, you could use the DECD. I'm not sure if it was called a tip line or something else, but there was a DECD line that you could email or call when things weren't being adhered to. We were told educators should use that. They did use that. And then I understand that got routed to the Department of Education. In many cases, they did what they could, but there were still plenty of places where compliance remained an issue even today.
So this hotline didn't identify the individuals. I mean, it could have been a superintendent, school board, teacher,
Yes, sir.
custodian,
Parents. We had a number of parents contact us, especially during the beginning of school. I heard from plenty of them, not in my own community, from around the state, with concerns that they would reach out to us via Facebook or other means to say, they're not doing the distancing, they're not requiring the kids to wear the mask, those kinds of things. We still get reports of way too many kids in the hallway at one time in certain schools, and there's just no distancing being done in some cases.
Okay, thank you.
I have Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Sampson and Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fun fact, during the pandemic, I was the fire department's information outreach coordinator dealing with those complaints related to restaurants. And I would say 95% of them were people that were just angry and looking for a reason to be mad. I don't know if it's the same with schools, but I can tell you that's how it was. There was actually a Facebook page, no mask, no service, and it was really ended up being quite hateful. I think one thing that it's important to remember for all of us is this was a once in a lifetime thing that none of us ever imagined or could have conceived of or had any. There was nothing written about it. We didn't have a plan, we didn't have a policy, and we have plans and policies and procedures and regulations on everything. And we had to start from ground zero. So I think that it's important, to remember that yes, there definitely are some people that didn't feel like COVID was a thing and weren't following the rules and the guidance and the information provided by the governor, CDC, or anybody. That's, I just think that was just a fact of life. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. With this bill, I think what was mentioned earlier is I like the bill with the state of emergency section, the section 1. If the sponsor will be willing to take out the section 2 wording, I would be happy to make a motion to pass as amended.
I would be willing, Representative. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion ought to pass on LD 1502, removing the section 2 wording.
I would second that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, representatives. Let me write this down or I'm gonna forget. My brain is starting to fade a little bit. And in the meantime, I kind of lost track a little bit, but I think, oh, Hillary's hands up first. So she's a trump card in the committee here.
I just wanted to clarify that the amendment also removed the emergency preamble. Is that correct? I'm seeing nodding heads, so yes, thank you for that.
Thank you. So I believe I had Representative Sampson, Representative Brennan, and Senator Woodson. I'm not sure if I missed a follow-up question or do you have an additional question?
No, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this question is directed to Mr. Kaczynski and more of a, I guess this is somewhat of a thought-provoking maybe. So my question for you is, if you have a conflict with an individual, don't you generally want to go to that individual directly and speak to them about your concerns and issues?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, it was a question to you.
Absolutely. And I want to respond to what Representative Salisbury said as well. 100% yes. And and I want to be clear, overwhelmingly school districts did a great job. And in most cases, when folks got together locally, they solved problems. That is what step one always is. Let's get together, let's talk. There's a problem here, let's solve it. And most of the problems get dealt with that way. And overwhelmingly, to what Representative Salisbury, I don't want to paint the picture there's a disaster. I think maybe in my response to Senator Woodson, there's disaster. That wasn't the case. Most districts did an awesome job. It's places where we have those perennial problems, where there's not that ability locally, Representative Sampson, to have local collaboration between educators and administration. And only then did it go to the DECD line. And I want to be clear to Representative Salisbury, we were not turning out cranks to call in. We were people, when we exhausted the local solutions, then it became, okay, let's try the DECD line and see if that gets a different result. But of course, we would always encourage people locally, work things out, talk to each other, and try to figure out agreement. But there are places, sadly, where that hasn't happened.
So thank you. So that was a good way of circling around and answering my question. It's kind of like playing tennis, right? So my concern here, though, and the reaction of a number of committee members is a little bit concerning to me, that the promotion of essentially an anonymous snitch line is something to be applauded. I'm concerned, and I'm kind of interested in your thoughts on this, Mr. Kaczynski. You've traveled the world. This is reminiscent of other eras that are a little disturbing to me. And it actually undermines and destroys communities and businesses. And yes, you're talking about schools, but you also brought up, restaurants. And this to me is very disturbing. And I'd really be interested in your comments.
I think your question is a double fault, Representative Sampson. I'm just kidding, just to keep the tennis motif going. I understand that concern. I hear that concern. At the same time, we're in a pandemic where we're trying to keep people safe. And I think educators like rules. They like following the rules. They like the rules followed in their classrooms, and they're doing their best to follow the rules that they are being given, and they are being told will help keep kids and communities and educators safe. So I think it's a balance. And in this case, the rule makers have said this is what we need to do to keep people safe, and educators are doing their best to try to do that.
So just to make sure you're still on the ball, I just want to follow up with how is the MEA going to walk back this type of precedent that we have now established with this, and I'm going to say it again, this snitch line. Is the MEA going to be unraveling this and pushing this back? So there's more personal responsibility that we are going to be addressing, as opposed to always worrying about what other people are doing.
Representative Sampson, I think in schools, we always got to worry about what other people are doing, because when we have kids in a classroom, what they do impacts each other. So I think when we're in a community of a public school, we need to look out for each other. We need to look out for our kids. We need to look out for our students. We need to look out for our educators. And again, I think in this situation, educators were trying to do what they were being told would make everybody safe. And I don't think it was a snitch line. For us, it was a last resort line. When other things weren't working to solve problems, folks turned to that because they were looking for compliance with the guidance that they were being given.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Senator. And I this can either be Ms. Gramlich can answer, Representative Gramlich can answer this, or Representative Salisbury. But even in section 1 of the bill, there's very specific language related to cleaning, sanitation, and COVID-19 related functions. And are we talking here about states of emergency and removing the health related and just say in states of emergency, superintendents will respond as appropriate and follow the appropriate rules and provide the appropriate reports. It still reads a little COVID-19 and health related specific.
Respond if that, in my perception.
Yeah, well, I think Representative Gramlich had to go to another committee. So,
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to try to get her back. She, as we all know, this is a tough time with bills in multiple committees, so I just texted her.
I lost the bill the other day, trying to bounce back and forth.
Just a suggestion, I think it could read that during a state of emergency, and then it would read okay.
That's what I'm going to guess that we hear, Representative Brennan, because I believe that when asked about removing a section, she wanted to keep it in the event that some future event took place, but we'll wait and see.
But I think we would all agree that a state of emergency, we could have a state of emergency and not necessarily have it be health related. And if the intent is to have school superintendents respond to a state of emergency, we should just write it that way.
Again, I'll be happy to offer my perspective, Mr. Chair. So my perspective is.
Thank you, and I have, did you, just see if Representative Millette, did she get back to you by chance or no? No, all right. Representative Salisbury, and then we'll go from there. Maybe she'll be back.
My perspective is that if there is a health-related executive order or proclamation by the governor, if there's some health-related executive order, an outbreak of measles, mumps, rubella, whooping cough, something that's health-related, and an executive order is needed, and the governor sends that out, then I would say we should keep that. I know it feels like COVID, but I feel like if something rises to the level where the governor feels like an executive order needs to be sent out, then it should be left in.
Hi there. I understand that somebody has a question for me. I apologize. I'm toggling between two meetings right now. I apologize.
Thank you for your understanding. I'll have Representative Brennan speak.
Yeah, Representative Salisbury started to answer the question, but the issue I was raising is that this could be written if we want to keep it just as a health-related emergency, or if we just said if the governor issues a state of emergency, then schools and school superintendents will fulfill the required reporting requirements related to that emergency, or we can keep it as health-related. But I really do think we have to get rid of the language around cleaning, sanitizing, and whatever, because that's very specific to COVID-19.
So Representative, your question is, do I have if I'm partial to having it be an executive order, or if I just want to have the language in terms of public health emergency?
Well, no, I was just questioning whether or not we want it to be general to any emergency order issued by the executive branch, or whether or not we just want to make it health related to emergency orders.
I am not partial one way or the other, and I'm completely receptive to the direction in which the committee would like to go with that. And I don't know if Mr. Kinziski if maybe you've already asked him, but I apologize for not giving you my 100% attention. I'm literally multitasking, and I apologize. I know you all know what that's like.
Right, we do.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up, Representative Brennan? Are we good?
Well, if Representative Salisbury, if that is her intent to keep it health related, I'm fine with that, but I do think we should remove the language. I'd offer a friendly amendment to remove the language that has to do with reporting about cleaning, sanitation, segregation, those type of things, because I think those are very COVID-19 related.
Hey, I have Representative Stearns followed by Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm thinking back to Mr. Kaczynski's comments about how, and he used the word overwhelmingly, school districts did a great job with this. And overwhelmingly, I would agree. And he also said school teachers like rules, and I agree with that too. But good school teachers learn fairly quickly to not have too many rules and not be too prescriptive with their rules. And they also learn to not keep the entire class in because one or two did something bad. So I think we've done one heck of a job during this pandemic, and there's no sense in making up a statute or a rule to deal with some future dilemma that might come our way.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just wanted to follow up on Representative Brennan's comment. I think it's a fairly easy fix if you just remove the 5 words,
yeah.
Cleaning, sanitizing, segregation, or other. And it just says, makes it a general, whatever steps are necessary with, a future health-related issue. I think that's a real quick fix.
Thank you. And excuse me, going dry. Any other questions, folks, or comments here? Admittedly, I'm a little bit confused as to where we are. I'm going to ask for a honor caucus, please. For I have 325. I'll get a Connor caucus for, we'll be back at 3:35, please. Thank you.
Sam, I think you should play the Jeopardy music every time we go into corner caucus.
Yeah. I agree, Representative.
Sam, I'm going to ask you a question now. We're not live.
Oh, we are still live, Senator.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I'll ask it when everybody gets back then.
Okay. All right. You can also always email me, Senator, if you need to. Yeah, it's the way the whenever the committee links to the live stream, we can't interrupt it, otherwise we lose the connection and then it breaks off. So once we go
Okay.
live in the morning, we have to stay live until the committee's done for the day.
Okay. Glad to know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
My clock says 3:36.
Thank you for scaring the heck out of me. I appreciate that one.
Better than a cup of coffee in the afternoon.
I was deep reading something, then all of a sudden, bam.
I can speak when I'm totally not visible. It's magic.
That reminds me of a show that was on when I was a kid called Harvey, I think. I think that was a name. Oh, it might have been a play. It came from a play. There was an invisible fella there that would,
wasn't Harvey Jimmy Stewart?
Maybe it was. Maybe that was a movie.
For some reason, I'm getting
show. There was a show where there was a like.
As soon as you said it, I said to myself, I remember my father telling me to watch Harvey, and I thought it was Jimmy Stewart because he loved it.
Yeah. That was pretty good back in 1962 that they could make someone disappear on TV.
1950, and it was James Stewart. I had it. Now I got to see if it's the right thing. Is it? Now this is about a rabbit.
Yeah, that was a different one. Yeah, that was a rabbit, and that was based on a screenplay, I think. But there was a show. There was a regular show about a guy who was. It wasn't Harvey. What was it?
Papa.
Yes. Yes. Well done, Senator Woodson. You win the trivia prize.
Well, Harvey was an invisible rabbit, so we got both sides to this. I just was reading the synopsis. Harvey was an invisible rabbit.
Oh shoot.
No, I love Topper.
Topper, yes. That was the one.
Yeah.
That was in the day where the show was on once during the week. And if you weren't propped up in front of the TV at that time,
you missed it.
You missed it.
Yeah.
And, same with the ball game. If the Celtics happen to be on, my goodness, that was a real treat. Now you can watch every team practice.
I never understood why they was it Wonder Woman had the invisible plane?
I never followed that.
These are some riveting conversations, but I thought you and like you'd see her go by and you'd see her flying and you'd say, why do you need an invisible plane? You're flying by, I could see you.
No, I don't know. I never followed.
The wrong person, but
yeah, when we're on mic like this with the folks in the when it's all live, it reminds me of when I first got a satellite dish out in the backyard, and I got it to watch the Celtics back in the day. And of course, that would track all across the bandwidth. But we would get live feeds,
right?
Athletics, and when there was an advertisement on, we would listen to the announcers, and oh my, some of that was quite risque.
Yeah, it was interesting when that first came out because you always they go to commercial on the real thing, and
right,
they'd be sitting there talking about whatever they wanted to talk about.
Exactly, until they found out there were a million or so people tuning in, and then
right, they needed Sam to remind them.
Yeah, I remember one night I was watching the Celtics, and I don't remember where they were, but they said, "We'll be right back to beautiful Baltimore or so and so." And then as soon as they said it, they go, "What a dump this place is!" Whatever stadium they were in, oh, I laughed. Yeah.
I have not had TV for 10 years.
Good for you.
I refuse to change over and start paying.
Yep.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
impressive. I don't, well, especially in the pandemic, I definitely couldn't have done it.
Yeah, I watched a lot of movies that I had never really had a habit of doing that. But thank goodness for the movies. They were all brand new to me, even the 20-year-old ones. Oh.
I did cut the cable. I've gotten away from cable, but that was my big.
Yeah.
I went with YouTube TV. But.
So Senator Woodson, you must read a lot.
I do read a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I go on the internet quite a bit, for news and stuff.
Yeah.
Different
Oh,
news.
cool. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I was going to go watch our baseball team. They were playing at Goodall Park today, but I think I'm going to miss it now.
Oh, that's too bad.
Are they playing a double header, Tim? Maybe you catch a second one.
No, it's just a single. But I love going to that Goodall Park. It's got such a great history to it. I love sitting in it.
It's a beautiful park.
I'm just glad the kids are out playing ball. I think that's great.
Yeah.
Every time I stand there, I think that Babe Ruth. I'm always blown away that Babe Ruth played a game there. It's just something about the fact that Babe Ruth hit a home run in that state. I don't know why. I just sit there.
Wow.
Little town like Sanford, that Babe Ruth showed up and hit a home run in.
Yeah.
Tim, you'll like this. There used to be a hotel in Fort Fairfield called the Plymouth Hotel. And back in in Babe Ruth's retirement, but early retirement, here's a bunch of well-dressed businessmen on the veranda in front of this hotel, Babe Ruth front and center, with 50 people left and right. Wow. And that picture is pretty prominent in some homes in Fort Fairfield.
That is awesome.
That is cool. What was he doing up there, Representative? Was he hunting?
I think it was a PR thing brought in by a business group, because they were all prim and proper and just stuck out.
Yeah.
And in that era, all men.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Huh.
I came across that by accident. Nobody had told me about it. I thought, holy God, that really is Babe Ruth.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Ted Williams used to hang out on Wells Beach. He had the guy that wrote for the Manchester Union Leader at the time, the sports editor, lived on Wells Beach. And Ted would, every while you'd be walking down the road and you'd see Ted, and he'd hit baseballs to kids sit on the front lawn and just hit baseballs. It was unreal to think about Ted Williams hitting baseballs on Wells Beach.
Wow.
He had a Ted Williams museum in his cellar.
Yeah, he'd go in and see the Ted Williams Museum. It was pretty neat.
Huh.
LC9 was his license plate.
Yeah.
I rented from him. That's how I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so we're back, and I just want to move forward. So, in clarification, so Representative Salisbury made an amendment to ought to pass as amended. That was seconded by Representative Dodge. And Representative Salisbury, would you review your amendment, please, just so Hillary is clear and the rest of us are a little bit more, please.
And I see Representative Gramick is back as well, so she'll hear this as well. So I originally said ought to pass removing the section 2, and have talked about removing just the wording about cleaning, sanitizing, or segregation as it relates to the reporting by the school administrative units. And it would still be clear that the school administrative units would, what they're doing to comply with the guidance directive and executive order proclamation, but leaving everything else as it is. Does that sound all right with you, Representative Gramlich?
Yes, thank you, Representative Salisbury. And I again apologize for having to toggle between two meetings, but I am here and you have my full attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your flexibility. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all. So that said, I would like to move the motion and ask that Mr. Baker, if you would be kind enough to call the roll on LD 15. Whoa, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry about the end, but Hillary, could you summarize what has just been said?
Sure. Would it be helpful if I just pulled the bill up on the screen and went through it that way?
Sure.
You can if you read it, because my phone is not very good for reading.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so in that case, so my understanding of the amendment is that the amendment would strike the emergency preamble. The bill would keep the statutory language regarding states of emergency. It would keep that during a health-related state of emergency, the superintendent shall adhere to all executive orders and proclamations by the governor, any guidance or directives. However, in regards to the reporting, it would simply state that the, let me just read from this. Shall send a monthly report while the state of emergency is in effect to the director, detailing the steps that the school administrator is taking to comply with the guidance or directives and any health-related executive order or proclamation by the governor, including the number of students and staff affected by the health-related state of emergency, the number of cases of a disease or health issue occurring in the school administrative unit. And it would eliminate the provision that says, and any cleaning, sanitizing, segregation, or other. Instead, just to read that they would report the number of cases of a disease or health issue occurring in the school administrative unit and any steps taken by the school administrative unit to comply with the guidance, directive, executive order, or proclamation. And then the amendment would remove the entire second section of the bill, which is that unallocated language that's COVID-19 specific.
Thank you very much.
All set. Sam, if you would, please, sir, call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty,
Yes, ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry,
Yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Senator Woodsum,
No.
Senator Woodsum votes no. Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette,
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge,
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett,
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury,
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns,
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson,
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman,
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach.
Nay.
Representative Roach votes nay. All right, Senator. So the vote is 8 in favor of the motion, 5 opposed. And the minority report?
Ought not to pass.
Thank you, folks. And I will close the work session on LD 1502. And we will open a work session on LD 880 and 1444. Am I correct in that, Hillary, you're presenting your analysis on both of those together?
I am actually turning it over to my colleague, Sam Senift, and he will take care of you.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to check, would it be okay for me to go over the bill analysis for 1444 first? Because we have not yet done that while 880 was tabled. So we have
Okay, yes, yeah, because we have heard about it. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen here. This is the bill analysis for LD 1444, an act to prevent cyberbullying of school employees by students. This bill prohibits elementary and secondary school students from using a computer or computer network to take certain actions against or towards a school employee. A student who violates the prohibition commits a juvenile crime pursuant to the Maine Juvenile Code. We heard testimony in favor of the bill. It was noted that the internet has benefited students in schools, but has also led to an increase in cyberbullying. This bill addresses cyberbullying of school employees by students. Cyberbullying is often anonymous and can be very damaging. The sponsor was approached by teachers who work in AOS 98, where a teacher was targeted by an unidentified student alleging false claims. And in that case, there was no way for the teacher to clear the teacher's name because of the anonymous nature of the bullying. In opposition, there was testimony stating that the creation of a new juvenile crime specific to cyberbullying is unnecessary and regressive. MACDL opposes the creation of new crimes specifically tailored to certain conduct when there are already crimes that exist that cover behavior. School employees have access to the protection from harassment process and can receive an order of protection from the court that would prevent a student from engaging in harassment of an employee. The proposed bill is broad. Certain provisions could possibly violate the First Amendment. It was noted that Maine does not have a minimum age for prosecuting children. This is a proposed juvenile crime, but so nobody over 18 would be prosecuted under this proposed crime. Concern that saddling students with a criminal record for behavior that can be remedied by a non-criminal penalty didn't make sense. Would allow a court to place a student on probation without an adjudication that the student has committed a juvenile crime or without the consent of the student. This isn't feasible, as probation may only be imposed following adjudication when a child is either admitted to a juvenile crime or have been found to have committed the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. Creating new juvenile crimes will not keep teachers safer, will reinforce the school to prison pipeline. Note that the youth prison population has decreased recently from 131 kids 10 years ago to 30 kids. The Maine Juvenile Justice Assessment and Reinvestment Task Force has been working hard to address youth incarceration, and this bill could threaten that work. Noted that cyberbullying is defined and prohibited in public schools as part of the existing bullying statute at section 6554. Concerned that the bill would create an us versus them atmosphere between students and staff. There are avenues available to staff who feel threatened by students, including going to the building principal or superintendent. If the offending student can be identified, there should be an intervention that starts with the student and their guardian. Creating a crime could have collateral effects for young people over their lifetimes. The anti-bullying law that was enacted in 2011 recommends that schools consider alternative discipline rather than exclusion or criminal penalties instead of the types of provisions that are proposed in this bill. I would like to see dedicated, enhanced, and creative efforts to build schools as zones of mutual respect. Bill creates a crime from both speech and conduct, which would guarantee a First Amendment challenge. Bill is not tethered to the school's obligation to create a non-discriminatory work environment, which also heightens the question of First Amendment issues. And there's also the question of the school's ability to regulate out of school conduct. Neither for nor against, cyberbullying presents a dangerous threat. If an educator is being cyberbullied, the police should handle it. The penalty proposed is the same for elementary and secondary students, and for elementary school students, this should not result in a criminal charge. Making cyberbullying by a student a juvenile crime doesn't seem like the best way to deal with this. So existing bullying law, I wanted to just go through what the current law is and what it covers and how that compares to what is proposed herein. So there is law in place at section 6554, which I've copied in full in the amendment at the end of this, at the end of this analysis. It defines both bullying and cyberbullying, cyberbullying being a kind of a form of bullying. It prohibits bullying on school grounds at any school-sponsored or school-related activity or event, or while students are being transported to and from school events, or that takes place elsewhere and uses technology, but only if the bullying infringes on the rights of students at school. So this bullying, again, I should just be clear, this 6554 addresses bullying of students. So it does include an exception for speech protected by the First Amendment, and it requires the school board to adopt policies prohibiting bullying. So I did go through in detail the changes that are proposed by the bill, so I'll just review them here. So this section here, this is a section this committee doesn't get much into, but this is Title 15, Section 3103, which defines juvenile crimes. And this bill would add a reference to a violation in Title 20A, Section 6554A, which is the new proposed section of law. And that section here, this is all proposed language, creates a cyberbullying of school employees new section of law. It defines school employee, defines student, and then goes through a list of activities that would be prohibited, and then would then constitute a juvenile crime. And there's another reference at the bottom to this indeed being a juvenile crime. There's a couple issues I wanted to point out. So the first is more of a procedural note flag. Under Joint Rule 319, when a majority of a committee supports a proposal in a resolve or a bill that proposes a new crime or increases the penalty for an existing crime, that committee must request that the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee review the bill and report their thoughts back to the Committee of Jurisdiction and to AFA. So if the committee were to proceed with the criminal piece of this, this would need to get before that committee. Just a note there. Also, just wanted to note that cyberbullying is defined in existing law at section 6554. It's not actually defined exactly in the activities are described, but it's not defined explicitly in the new proposed section. It's possible that could be a little confusing, but that could certainly be fixed. On the First Amendment piece, any law that restricts speech is subject to a potential First Amendment challenge on the basis of restriction of protected speech. I think that this bill, as noted, is vulnerable to such a challenge because it does seek to restrict a fairly broad range of speech. The proposed section does not include any language accepting protected speech. There is that very clear language in the existing section 6554 that does say, except for any speech that is protected by the First Amendment. So if the committee wanted to proceed, you might consider adding similar language here. There is this issue of the ability of a school to control off-site behavior. This is not settled law. There is some there's cases that every law student learns about Tinker versus Des Moines, which has to do with the legal standard for what kinds of speech can a school prohibit. If the speech is disruptive to the school environment, the school can prohibit that speech. If it's vulgar or sexually suggestive, the school can prohibit that speech. However, in the era of off-campus speech and the internet, this has become more complicated. There is currently a case before the Supreme Court. They just heard it like 2 weeks ago. BL versus Mahoney Area School District. And in that case, a student had a ill-considered Snapchat that was picked up by the school, and the student was suspended from cheerleading. And the case made its way all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the decision has not yet been been issued by the Supreme Court. We're waiting on it at this point, so it could go either way. So just a point that's not settled law right now. And then just a note about probation. It was noted in the testimony that this is a kind of novel approach to the use of probation. The bill proposes that notwithstanding any provisional law to the contrary, if a student pleads guilty, that's okay, or is found guilty of an offense under this section, the court may, without entering a judgment of guilt, that's where it gets a little unusual, and with the consent of the student, defer further proceedings and place a student on probation. That's a bit of an unusual use of probation. So again, just wanted to flag that. And then also just a cross note to LD 880, which is related. So the fiscal note hasn't been determined yet. There is a proposed amendment from the sponsor that I can pull up if, I don't know if Representative Stover is available and wanted to present that amendment. Okay.
I am here.
I'm happy to go through the amendment, or if you would prefer to do so. Totally up to you.
Thank you. I just would like to start by saying the language that we just covered was the original language in the bill. And we've done a lot of work, and it's dramatically different than it was originally. So if you would like to walk through that for the committee, and I can answer any questions, but just keep in mind we've made a significant shift in direction that still addresses the concerns.
I'm sorry, I know it can be frustrating when you have an amendment that's been done. We always do our analysis on the original, so I know that can be a little frustrating to sit through that.
Use a phone right. I'm in a church. Long story, but thank you. Go ahead.
So this is the proposed amendment, the text of the proposed amendment. So I think the biggest thing to point out here is that this amendment seeks to amend the existing section 6554, which is the anti-bullying section that is focused currently on students. So this amendment would expand those protections to not just students, but also to school employees. So it seeks to focus on restorative practices as part of the interventions that would take place in the event that there was concerning behavior. It changes references to students when talking about bullying to another person. So anybody in the school grounds, I think, is how that would be interpreted. It includes in bullying language that is offensively coarse or obscene or is intended to annoy, abuse, threaten, or harass another person. So expanding a little bit what is covered under the term bullying. It defines school employee to mean an employee of a school administrative unit, private school, approved private school, or career and technical education center. It makes a reference to behavior that disrupts the work performance of any school employee. So that could cover cyberbullying, certainly. Let's see, I'll make sure. So those are the changes. Again, this is the existing bullying statute, and essentially what this is doing is expanding the protections of the bullying statute to school staff and not just students. And I think that's what I think I've gone through everything I've got to say, and I will stop share so you can see each other. And I'm happy to answer any questions, of course.
Thank you. So I would just add that I did work with Christine Thibault and the Maine Prosecutors Association, and also with the criminal law advisory. And we were able to take this from what would have been in the original bill of charge to treat it the same way that it's treated in school, just including school employees and not making it a criminal charge, making it really part of what's already done, which is more like a restorative justice model, where it's managed right within the school as part of school discipline. And it's different, but I think that it covers the ground that I was really hoping to get for the teachers that I had met with. It's an in-house disciplinary action, and it offers alternative dispute resolution, but it addresses the behavior. And I guess that's the most important thing at the end of the day, is being able to address this behavior early on before it becomes pervasive. And teachers or school employees really do experience this at pretty high rates. As somebody said at the last, at the bill hearing, it isn't your crank phone call anymore. And it's really different when it's out there and it's permanent and it's damaging. So I appreciate the committee's time to look at this amendment.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you very much. I do have a question from Senator Woodson, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for Sam. Does this include cyberbullying while one is in school as well as outside of school?
Senator, yes, I would interpret it as including both. And I just before the committee what got ahead, I just wanted to also note that I'm not sure if the committee wanted to consider the proposed amendment for 880 at the same time, because it is it deals with the same subject matter. So I just wanted to, before I forgot to mention that I do have an amendment from Senator Daughtry for 880.
If I may, well, also does it address the red flags that you mentioned of constitutionality or different legal problems?
It is not as detailed in its description of speech as the original amendment was. It also, because it falls under the existing section 6554, there is protective language that basically says if the speech is protected by the First Amendment, never mind. So it does fall under that. So I wouldn't have the same concerns about First Amendment challenges as I would have with the original bill.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to take Sam up on his offer. If he could do a review of 880, I think that would be helpful at this point.
Thank you. And Sam, if you could, that gives us an opportunity to see them both.
Sure. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen. All right, so this is 880. If the committee will recall, this bill also dealt with workplace bullying in the school setting, and the committee tabled this bill at the end of the work session. So this amendment, it gets to the same idea, but it does it a little differently. So this amendment amends section 1001, which has to do with the duties of the school board. So instead of being in the existing bullying section, which right now is addressed at bullying of students, it falls under section 1001, which is the purview of the school board. So just a little bit of a different approach. So this bill would define, would address workplace bullying by directing the school board to adopt and implement policies to address negative impacts of bullying and cyberbullying of school employees by administrators, school employees, parents, students, or any other individual associated with the school, and to ensure the safety of employees and an inclusive environment for all employees and students in a public school. It includes the provisions that policy must include. So identifying the responsibility of employees, a clear statement about bullying, provision outlining the responsibility of the superintendent, procedures to report incidents of bullying or cyberbullying, procedure for promptly investigating and responding to incidents, and that the rights do not exclude, limit, or any other right or remedy under the law. So this puts the ball in the hands of the school board to determine the specifics of the anti-bullying provisions that they would include in their policies. So it's a different way of getting at the problem. And I'm not sure if Senator Daughtry had anything she wanted to add.
Yeah, if I can just chime in, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sam. So the idea was taking the feedback from not only the public hearing, but the work session and conversations I've had with others to try to find a way that gets at the heart of this and finds a method that works within local enforcement mechanisms. So not trying to reinvent the wheel, but doing something that sort of enables us to create a safe and inclusive workplace environment for school employees, and finds a way to sort of really set this at a local level instead of just focusing it on sort of the state level. And also, we've had some questions about, whether this would supersede different areas of law, which it doesn't. This is separate from anything that would be protected under, discrimination in classes under the Maine Human Rights Act. This is literally just about, setting those local policies of what these procedures need to be. But happy to answer any questions on it too.
Any questions of Senator Daughtry? I do see a hand up, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Senator Daughtry, Chair, Madam Daughtry.
Maddie also works.
Could you help me understand then about my note that says, watch out, protects only protected classes, race, age, and gender. You say that this does not do that?
So that's what's covered under the Maine Human Rights Act. And that was one of the things that came up. So that's already existing in statute. But, other issues, that could just be simply bullying that wouldn't necessarily fall under that clause would be covered by this. Say, one person who doesn't like another person is just regularly harassing them via, inter-workplace dynamics, that this would be covered under that, but it wouldn't fall under the Maine Human Rights Act. And I think Mr. Senator can save my lack of legalese here a little bit. I see his hand going up.
So, okay.
Well, let's let Sam clarify that for us first. You're muted, sir.
It doesn't help much, does it? I think the question was at the work session, what existing protections are currently available to somebody who is experiencing bullying or harassment in the workplace, who is an adult, who is a teacher. So we were going through what remedies, as Senator Daughtry said, might be available under the current Human Rights Act. And those are very limited to protected classes. So I think that's probably what your notes were in reference to.
Thank you.
You have a follow-up? Any other questions, folks, at this time? Discussion? That 4 o'clock fatigue factor is hitting hard. Representative Brennan?
I'll defer to Representative Dodge.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are these two bills different enough that we should be considering them separately? And I guess I'm directing that question to Representative Stover and Senator Daughtry about moving forward, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Would either of you want to answer that, or go to Representative Brennan?
I'm willing to, I haven't read Senator Daughtry's bill. But this bill is an in-house disciplinary action that is, it would just make it equal. So it'd be school employees and students, whoever committed the cyberbullying. It just allows for that accountability, not a legal action, but accountability and an internal policy that are the way the school already deals with the discipline. And it sounds like the senator's bill is giving an additional role to the school board to make it sort of put it in writing, to institute it within that school district. So I think they could go together. I don't know what Senator Daughtry thinks.
If I can add in, I think that was one of the things when I was reading through, you know, our handy dandy educational purple Bible, and looking at the different areas of how this is something, you know, we have the prescriptive, not prescriptive, but we have the language regarding student bullying, but don't necessarily have the protections built in through our school boards of sort of like employee conduct, that type of portion.
Thank you.
And there hasn't existed anything for school employees who are the victims. I mean, that's the thing that I had brought forward. I had teachers here in my district who, a couple of them were singled out and attacked, and one of them still has some residual, I think, trauma from the experience.
Thank you. I have Representative Roach, then Representative Dodge.
Thank you. I guess I have a question on this. So, and Sam, you mentioned, it might be a question to Sam, might be a question to someone else. I don't know. Just because in school, I try to follow all the Supreme Court cases for the kids. Some of the kids I teach, they actually have fascination in it. In this case that's in Ohio, well, that's going to the Supreme Court. It could be ruled that there's nothing you can do. The girl in the case wrote something bad about everyone, basically, not threatening, just she hates everyone using bad language, and she was suspended from school for a year. It seems to me, reading some of the court, that it's going to be ruled that the school had no right to suspend her for what she did outside of the school on social media. Will this affect, if we make a rule now on something similar to this on cyberbullying or something, and the Supreme Court says actually in a couple of days rules this, does this affect what these two laws that we're going to put in, is my question, I guess. And if I'm misunderstanding, I apologize. But just a thought.
Thank you. I'm going to give Senator Daughtry had her hand up, and Representative Roach, you're not, I think every question is important here, sir. So thank you. Senator Daughtry.
I think there might be nuances and differences between the two bills, so I'll definitely let Representative Stover handle that portion. For my bill, Representative Roach, they wouldn't, and that was actually knowing about that legal challenge, you know, going through the process of the amendment, that was something I was trying to keep an eye on and flag. So my thought is it's more, you know, keeping a statute. This is where cyberbullying gets a little bit more difficult, and in exactly that situation where it's you know, where it's existing. But for me, I want to have something, a policy for all school employees on the grounds, because it doesn't matter whether we're at a school, we're at a legislature, you're at a brewery, you're at, you know, a football game, you're at, you know, the grocery store, wherever your place of work is, we do have certain, you know, ramifications and protections. But there's been increasing amount of cases for school employees, you know, getting treated poorly, not only by, you know, parents or students, or also a lot of fellow employees. So my thought was just trying to get something on the books to have each local district develop their own, you know, policy that fits for this. I mean, we all, you know, sign a code of conduct. And this is something, you know, I think would be really beneficial. And I specifically don't think would be superseded by the outcomes of the Supreme Court case, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. And I welcome you to come to a Friday night football game where I run the ball on 3rd and 7, and you can stop all the bullying that happens from the crowd.
Exactly my point. But yeah, you know what I mean. And I welcome that opportunity.
I see a hand up, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Stover and Senator Daughtry for bringing these bills forward. I have strong support for both bills. I would make a motion that we ought to pass LD 1444 as amended, please.
Thank you. Do I have a second on that? Not seeing one. I do have one. Seconded by Representative Salisbury. Thank you. Sorry, I have to take notes or I'll forget. Any further discussion on that? Yes, Representative Brennan.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call for a corner caucus.
Thank you. And I'm going to call it 4:25 and say 4:35. Is that going to be okay, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. Gonna make sure we leave and we're out.
Is it time to play?
It doesn't look good.
Oh, there's one. What are you looking at? Another one. What are you looking at?
I had to sign back in.
Representative Sampson, you sounded like you were hunting. There's one.
That's, well, you know, you got to make something.
Yeah,
enjoyable here.
we're looking for dodo birds.
Found one.
Oh, dear. Oh. All right, well, thank you, folks. I think everyone's back. And yes, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to withdraw my motion of ought to pass from LD 1444, please.
And no second.
Thank you. Did I hear someone talking? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that was me. I was just agreeing with that. I was the original seconder.
Thank you for doing so as well. And Representative Dodge, you have your hand up still. You follow up? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Representative Roach.
I was wondering if you wouldn't mind if the Republicans had a 5-minute corner caucus.
Sure.
Now I come up. All right, thank you.
Representative Dodge. What did you study at University of Michigan?
Music education.
Oh, cool. And did you live in Ann Arbor then, or?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you spend any time in like in Michigan or the Midwest afterwards, or did you come right back to Maine after you finished?
I started grad school, ran out of money, and came back.
I respect that.
I was a graduate student teaching assistant with the Michigan Marching Band. And so I was able to have at least one semester of my master's.
Cool. Cool.
It was great fun.
Yeah.
What is your Michigan connection?
No, I'm just always, well, aside from some of my best friends that live there, that I met in a previous job, I've actually never been to Michigan, but I've always wanted to go, and I've always wanted to, check it out. But there's just a lot of crossover between like Western PA, Ohio, Michigan, a lot of cultural crossover there.
It's a very beautiful area, and Ann Arbor was particularly exhilarating as an absolutely wonderful college town.
Yeah, I think that's kind of why I've been interested in it too. I'm just, it's one of those areas of the country I think gets overlooked, but then you've got some really cool cities out there and other places in between.
And Michigan is beautiful, much like we have as far as geography here in Maine. But I kept explaining to people that it didn't smell right because the Great Lakes have a very different smell, obviously, than the ocean.
Oh, yeah, freshwater, saltwater, different stuff growing in it.
I hope you get there. It's beautiful.
I'll have to try.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, of course.
So we good to go? I see Representative Millet, Representative Crockett.
I don't see what Senator Woodson yet, Senator. Oh, yep, he's here. He's here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Representative Roach. Yeah.
I think everybody's back. Yep.
Okay. All right. Representative Crockett? No. And Representative Brennan? In any case, we're all set. I see, yes, sir. Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've personally dealt with a lot of these cases, and I know colleagues who have. It's fairly prevalent. However, there are school policies in place that deal with it internally, and when it reaches that point where it's external, it's a matter for the police, and there are already laws and statutes in place, in my opinion, not to diminish the severity of it, what it can do to a faculty member. I fully understand it, but I do feel that it would be a bit duplicative in the legal system, and for that reason, I would move ought not to pass on 1444.
I second it.
So I have a motion by Representative Stearns and seconded by Representative Sampson. Ought not to pass. Any other questions or further discussions? Representative Brennan?
Thank you, Senator. And I will support the pending motion, but I do want to thank Representative Stover for bringing the bill forward. And I think she did an excellent job of articulating why we need to pay attention to this issue. And I hope that we will be able to take action very soon, immediately after we talk about this bill, on another bill that will allow us to address the issue in the manner that Representative Stover, I hope, will find suitable.
Thank you. Representative? You're muted, I think. I think you're.
I just wanted to thank the committee for the thoughtful deliberation today. And I know that the first rendition of this bill was all caught up in legal stuff. And I think that the the plan that the committee has is going to be, is going to help a lot, because it is a really pervasive problem, and on behalf of school employees and teachers and people who give a lot of their lives to educate children, I think it would go a long way to support them. So I really thank you and wish you a good evening.
Thank you very much, and you as well. Thanks for being here, and thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Sam, if we could then, please, we're gonna call the roll relative to Representative Stearns' motion ought not to pass, which was seconded by Representative Sampson.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes, ought not to pass.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. All right, Senator. So is unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion, 12-0.
Thank you for that, Sam. And again, to committee, thank you for your work. Representative Millette?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the recent vote, I would now like to make a motion of ought to pass as amended for LD 880.
Thank you. And Representative McCray? And
I second that.
thank you very much, sir. Representative Millette, I'm sorry. I know, was it ought to pass as amended? Is
That's
that
correct.
Thank you. I'm sorry. And Representative McCray, thank you. I see a question from Senator Woodson.
No, I had the my confusion. I need to go for a ride on my tractor, I think. So I apologize.
You need to take me with you.
Watch out for dodo birds, though.
Any additional discussion at this time, please? Seeing none, I am going to ask Sam, if you would be kind enough to.
Oh, Senator, I think Representative Stearns got his hand
I'm
up.
sorry, I didn't see it. That's what happens when you put your head down.
No, my apology, Senator. I was very late getting my hand up. But to recap the bill, in essence, this is requiring school boards to have an internal policy to deal with this.
Yes.
Yes, and this keeps it local.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'll comment then that for the same reasons, I'll vote not to pass. I feel it's redundant to current policies that school boards have.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? We ask that we move them. Sorry, Representative McCray. I'm not going to put my head down again.
No.
I miss hands.
You can blame Representative Stearns for this one. Okay. His comment woke me up. Representative Stearns, in reaction to that, I agree. I think probably it is a fact that most school boards do have this policy, and good on them. But I suspect that it's not universal. And I think that there ought to be that protection in every school in the state. I truly do. This is so damning if it happens to an employee that there ought to be some recourse and some policy that comes out that complies with this bill. So I agree with you, but with all due respect, I don't think that every school district would have one, and I think they should. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So Sam, if you would be kind enough, sir, the motion was made by Representative Millet, ought to pass as amended. It was seconded by Representative McRae. And if you would call the roll for a vote, please.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes, ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millet.
Yes.
Representative Millet votes yes. Representative McRae.
Yes.
Representative McRae votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett.
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns.
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson. Might have slipped away for a second. Representative Lyman.
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach.
No.
Representative Roach votes no. And Representative Sampson.
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. All right, Senator. So the vote is 7 in favor of the motion, 5 opposed.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you to the committee. And we will close the work session on LD 880 as well as LD 1444.
Put out.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and we won't
sorry-
even get hand. I'm sorry.
Oh, and sorry, Senator, the minority report.
Oh, my apologies.
Not to pass.
Okay.
Sam Sedford, you have some language to address, or?
I do, sorry. Is it all right if I screen share and go through those?
Yeah, but if you let me make my statement, which would have been, we already had our language of the day. Go ahead, we'll give it to you.
Thank you. All right, I have here the amendment for LD 474, an act regarding school discipline for Maine's youngest children. If the committee will recall, so this is the majority amendment, the change here was to add some language that would create some flexibility as regards the prohibition on out-of-school suspensions and expulsions for children grade 5 and below. So this adds language stating that the school board may not authorize the principal to issue an out-of-school suspension to a student who is enrolled in grade 5 or below unless the principal determines there is an imminent danger of serious physical injury to the student or others, and less restrictive interventions would be ineffective, or is provided under Section 9A, which was the Gun-Free Schools Act, and language stating that an out-of-school suspension for a student who is enrolled in grade 5 or below may not exceed 3 days. So that were two of the changes requested. I reorganized this section here around the code of conduct. Previously, the prohibition on suspension, expulsions, or the withholding of recess for the youngest children was in the header language. It was getting very wordy, so I reorganized it to add these provisions here to the student code of conduct requirements. One, provided when there's no alternative time available, recess time may be used for restorative practices related to students' behavior. Establish that an out-of-school suspension may not be issued to a student in grade 5 or below, except as provided under 9 or 9A, unless the principal determines there's imminent danger of serious physical injury to the student, and less restrictive interventions would be ineffective. And establish an out-of-school suspension for a student in grade 5 or below may not exceed 3 days. I think that gets where the committee wants to be with that. Any questions?
Thank you, Sam. Any questions, folks of the committee? I'm sorry, from the committee. Sam, if you don't mind giving me back the gallery view, that might help.
Okay.
Unless you have more to do there.
I do. I have more.
All right. So
All
no
right.
questions so far, it looks like. I think the hand went up. I think they come up to the top, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it should.
All right, thank you.
This one's easy. So this is the majority amendment for 814. This is directing the Maine Community College system to evaluate the need to expand workforce training options in Waldo County. And here the change was just to make the report back to this committee instead of the IDEA committee. So that's pretty easy there. Next one, LD 961. So this is the the act to provide equity and access to applications for the National School Lunch Program and School Breakfast Program. I need to capitalize that S. So the change that the committee asked me to make here, there were two of them. One was that data submitted through the internet-based application may not be visible to the department and must be transmitted directly to the applicable public school. That was in the original amendment that Representative Millett offered. And then the committee also asked that I add language regarding strengthening the language requirements to be more closely in line with federal requirements. And so the language here now is that the department shall make the internet-based application in an understandable and uniform format and to the maximum extent practicable in a language that parents and legal guardians can understand. So it's a little bit stronger than the previous language, although it is not an outright requirement in that it has this to the maximum extent practicable. Any questions about that? I've got some fiscal notes here too. And then I had one question about a bill amendment, but let me do the fiscal notes quick. So this is the community college that 761, I'm sorry, an act to establish the Maine Community College System Pell Grant Match Program. This is the majority amendment, and here's the fiscal note here, which I think the committee, there was language in the original bill that anticipated this fiscal note of the 3.6 million. I think that's as expected. And then LD 1259, this is an act to restore a school district's ability to authorize new types of programs and schools. This was the minority report, I'm sorry, and there is no state fiscal impact anticipated in this bill. And there's some explanatory language here below that I'll just leave up a sec for folks to look at. If that looks okay, I just had one question I wanted to run by the committee as I was finishing up this last bill. So this is, I just put it up here so folks can remember what this one was. This is 1172, an act to delay state mandated teacher and principal evaluation. And I just had a question for the committee, and it regards so as you recall, this, the majority amendment applied this, bill to the 2021 to 22 school year. And I just wanted to go over the timing of that really quickly with the committee. So this, assuming that the adjournment is the regular statutory adjournment in mid-June, that would put the effective date for bills 90 days out. So probably looking sometime mid-late September. So there would be a period of time where the school year had started, but this waiver wasn't in effect yet. So the committee could do two things. One is just leave it as it is and be okay with that, or it could have an emergency preamble added. Then of course that requires the 2/3 vote. So I did just want to put that before the committee. Without, I didn't want to just assume you didn't want the emergency preamble because I don't know that we discussed it specifically. I can stop this. This is the last thing I have, so I can stop the screen share here so you can see each other.
So I see Representative McCray and Representative Dodge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my bill. And these evaluation systems, these are not like, let's go into the classroom and observe this teacher for a couple of times. These are year-long evaluations. So it wouldn't make sense that any district would say, okay, let's embark on this year-long thing if these evaluations have been suspended through the end of the 21-22 school year. So I almost, my gut is to leave it the way it is. And because I would not want to jeopardize this by putting an emergency preamble on it. I guess the other option would be to move it to through the 22-23 school year, which I think might be even more problematic. So.
Anyone else? I agree with Representative McCray. I mean, most schools aren't going to start an evaluation process the first couple of weeks of school. So I think they'll get through.
Yeah.
I think we're better off leaving it alone personally.
Yeah, that would be my gut. You know, if anybody really says, I'm going to put this thing through, because none of these PEPG systems are a 2-week long process. God, oh, that it were. But anyway, it's a process that highly unlikely that any, I mean, they're going to be initiated by the teacher to begin with. Okay. And any teacher that's going to initiate that in the first 2 weeks of school, which is probably the busiest 2 weeks of the year for them, it's unlikely. So I think anybody that wants to start it, good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate taking the time to, I never want to assume the committee's intent.
Thank you very much for bringing it to us. We appreciate it. Anything else, folks? So I believe tomorrow we're back to a 10 o'clock start.
Yes, Senator, just so people on the committee know, we have scheduled tomorrow morning the 2 higher ed bills that we had scheduled for today. They will be starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And then we'll do those 2 bills and then move into the 4 bills that we have on vaccination.
Thank you. All right. I'm not going to look down because a hand will pop up. So I'm going to say, have a good evening. Thank you very much for your work today. Appreciate all you continue to do. So take care, folks.